100 Polk Avenue in Cape Canaveral, Florida. I call this meeting to order. And with that, Councilmember Shoryak, would you please lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Yeah, good afternoon. Mayor Pro Tem Jackson.
Here.
Councilmember King.
Here.
Mayor Morrison.
Here.
Councilmember Shoryak.
Here.
And Councilmember Willis.
Here.
Council, thank you all for being here. City manager and directors and city staff and everyone from our community, we appreciate you taking the time out of the day. It is very good to see a well-attended workshop here today. If you do intend to speak, we will be getting to public participation here. Item number 5 on the agenda. We do ask that you please fill out a public comment card. We've got some up here. Thank you all for filling those out. Those are provided in the foyer, and either one of our deputies or city clerk will make sure, if you give it to them, that you're heard. And with that, we can proceed. The first thing is our discussion, and just to clarify, we don't have, due to the workshop, an agenda as approved by, as written or amended. The order, City Manager, we've got item 4.1, the benchmark millage presentation by directors, and then we are going to go to public participation.
That's the order, Mayor, and the reason for that is there's a lot of information to convey to the community that we feel it would be most efficient use of our time to get the presentation out first before public comment, so that public comment can be based on that information, as opposed to maybe the public coming up to comment on something that we are going to discuss already. There's been a lot of work put into this presentation, but it is certainly the pleasure of the council if you choose to rearrange those items. It's whatever you would like to do. We just feel, in the interest of time, if questions or comments are going to be made about things that are going to be discussed, maybe wait until they're discussed first.
Okay, that makes sense. Council, I think being it's a workshop, and I think we've got some time starting in the afternoon, we could, if the council chooses, and respecting what the city manager said, if anyone would like to speak now, we could open that up, and then after the presentation, allow folks to speak as well. We've done that in the past, and I think some members might need to go, or they really want to speak first.
I was going to suggest that as well, because some people may not be able to stay for the entire workshop, and they tend to run long.
Okay. If anyone filled out a public participation card and would like to speak first, if this council, I should take consensus, are we in favor of allowing that kind of 2 public participation?
Yes.
Okay.
How long do you anticipate this part of it?
That's a great question. The question was, how long do we think the presentation will take from city staff? City manager?
So the presentation is designed to review the proposed millage rate in relation to 2 other benchmark rates, and what reductions and that would look like from a service standpoint. We have 3 directors slated to present. We have a 4th director on hand. These are all general fund directors on hand to answer any questions the council may have. So the answer to the question is, I really can't say, other than how much the council wants to deliberate and go back and forth on cuts and services that will be impacted. I expect it to take a while. Yes.
Assuming no questions or intervention when the presentation goes through, any estimation of the time?
Well, we started off saying start at 1, and if we can close during the normal course of business by 5, it would be a 4-hour meeting. But we're here for as long as the council needs us to be here. Beyond that,
I think I'm asking on the presentation, that portion. It's 30 or 40 slides, I think.
Yeah,
and-
I mean, we can run through it and just go through them. It would take maybe 30 to 40 minutes at best. Again, it depends on any interaction you want to have during.
That's helpful, thank you. So knowing that 30, 45, maybe even an hour best to get through this presentation. If anybody would like to speak prior, we'll open it up at another time. Just raise your hand, and if you don't mind, state your name, and I'll... Peter McDonald, I got your card here. Anyone else like to speak before the presentation? Dr. Shannon Roberts, I got your card as well. Any others? Thank you so much. Okay, Mr. McDonald, if you would like, please come forward. And as he's coming up, take your time. The lights here in front of me, when it's green, it's 3 minutes. Once the light goes yellow, you got about 30 seconds left, and we ask that you wrap up once it's red. Please state your name and address, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
My name is Peter McDonald. I'm a resident and homeowner in City of Cape Canaveral. I live at 123 Justamere Road. I'm also the tennis instructor at Nancy Hansen Park. I've heard rumblings that Parks and Recreation is in danger, and I wanted to speak to it for just a moment. I truly feel that the responsibility of a city is to provide more than just being an administrative and tax collecting entity, to give something back to its public. And Nancy Hansen Park in particular, I can't speak to some of the other entities, Cape View and the rec center, but Nancy Hansen Park is in a growth period right now. It's booming on the pickleball side. They're playing a team match now, ladies USTA team match. There's 3 separate teams that play there. I personally are working with a few different kids on the high school team where, you know, it's just building, and it actually can build more in that I don't know of too many parks and tennis clubs and such that are closed pretty much on the weekend. We're only open from 8 to 12 on Saturdays. If we opened that would be more revenue. That being said, my point is, if you're looking to cut, why cut something that is in the red, is making money, and it's going to grow, and it provides a wonderful, wonderful thing for the community. I mean, it's just so, you know, I'm not privy to all the numbers and millage rates and such, but I'm just heartfelt reaching out that this is a really positive thing for this community. And if it were just to be dusted over, which I've kind of heard that might happen, it would be tragic. I don't want to waste a lot more of your time. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald.
Shannon Roberts, 703 Solana Shores Drive here in the city. I just wanted, as a backdrop to what we're all going to hear with the presentation, is I feel like we're almost in a save our city mode right now, and that suggests the potential infusion of a crowdfunding, GoFunding initiative, contributions by the residents, contribution by those that may be in a position of contributing, just like Dolly Parton did when she was rescuing, you know, her neighborhood in Tennessee. And this suggests initiatives such as our relationship building with the hotels, with the port, because they're our neighbors, they're part of our community, and I really believe that as a backdrop to the particulars that Joey is going to be presenting, that there's a bigger picture here. I feel like we're in the weeds when we start talking about the particulars of, you know, the rollback and the different options that we have for funding. I think we need to have a big picture for the city. And that's the reason I wanted to speak before that started, because I think we need to be talking about big picture solutions, not getting into the particular costs, because this is devastating for our city, in my opinion, to look at the rollback implications of the different millage levels. In my opinion, we're going to need some external funding sources that's going to take big time relationship building, big time outreach, big time opportunities for our community to contribute in different ways that may be out of the box thinking. So that's from where I'm coming.
Thank you, Dr. Roberts. Those are the only two I think noted. If anyone have a change of heart or would like to speak now, otherwise we do have your cards up here. In your name, please? Barnes? Burns? Thank you. Please come forward. I have your card right here.
I'm nervous. I don't normally do this kind of thing, and bear with me when I read. My name is Patricia Burns, and I live at 8498 Ridgewood Avenue, apartment 2303 in Cape Canaveral. I have lived in Cape Canaveral since 2009. I did a quick internet search. Why did the city of Cape Canaveral build a community center? The city of Cape Canaveral built a community center to provide a multi-general facility that supports recreational interests, the needs of residents of all ages, offering a space for community gatherings, organized activity, and indoor sports. This initiative also aligns with the city's goals for revitalization and sustainability. Whose idea was it to build the community center in Cape Canaveral? The idea to build the community center in Cape Canaveral was part of the city's goal for revitalization and redevelopment, aimed at providing residents of all ages a place for the community gatherings and organized activities. The project was developed over several years, reflecting the collaborative efforts of city officials and community input. There's a tab on the City of Cape Canaveral website, Quality of Life, and it reads, Cape Canaveral is a warm, inclusive beachside community that embraces its small feel and enhances the beauty and integrity of its natural environment. We promote resiliency, safety, sensible mobility, and a place and emphasis on pedestrian needs, business-friendly development, and responsible community stewardship. We share a commitment to balanced, respectful, and neighborly philosophy that inspires future-ready, essential civic services and quality of life amenities. I love this community, and I want to see it thrive along with the people in it. Right now, people are struggling to find hope and community and quality of life. The center was built on that idea to give that and so much more. Please go to the website. Is it just words with no meaning? Because when I read it, I felt hope and promise of a better way of life. And just one more note. What happens to the prestigious Diamond Award the city received from the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council for its community center, an award that honors the region's best urban planning projects promoting equity, healthy neighborhoods, conversation, and economic vitality? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Burns. Would anyone else like to speak? Yes, your name, sir?
Michael Mejia.
Michael Mejia? Thank you, sir. I assume I have your card. Go ahead and come forward. If not, please fill one out. I don't see a card for you, Mr. Mejia. Oh, no, yes, I do. I apologize. Right here. Please, floor is yours. Thank you.
Michael Mejia, 201 International Drive, Cape Canaveral, 32920. Each one of us manages a personal budget for housing, food, phone, etc., which affects our families. With the current budget crisis, there are potentially 10 city employees at C5 alone who will be unemployed potentially October 1st. They themselves are affected, their families, fear of losing insurance, the ability to buy food, pay the mortgage, and afford other discretionary purchases are at risk. The decisions made in this types of meeting, in this workshop, don't affect you folks. Might I suggest that the council does our civic duty without pay? Have all options been exhausted? How about selling property, like the parking lot west of the dog park, purchased, from my understanding, for approximately $1 million? What is the current value at this present time? And I'm going to concentrate the rest of my presentation on C5 alone. As I said, 10 people are likely affected. Not only them, the members, the subcontractors like Scott Marion, a trainer who owns half of his income by using the facility to train customers. A number have prepaid their fees. How will they be refunded? Is Scott going to be responsible? Will the city step forward? It's of no fault of his own. The financial health or lack thereof is in dire straits. When you choose close a community center, you're destroying the sense of community. In essence, a death by 1,000 cuts. So one question I leave you with, as it relates to the health of our city, ask yourself, if you're not going to get involved, who is? If you're not going to do it now, when are you going to do it? Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mejia. Would anyone else like to speak this time? Yes, your name? Lisa, please come forward. Thank you. I have your card right here.
I don't do this, so don't mind me. Okay, so I felt I needed to do this because there's just a lot going on with our city. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I think we need to take a really careful look at the proposed millage rate before making any permanent cuts to the services, employees, and facilities of Cape Canaveral as a community. I understand we're facing significant budget shortfalls. I understand the difficult decisions you have to make. But why are we going directly to permanent reductions in employees, services, recreational facilities before every other reasonable has been exhausted? Have you explored grants or any outside funding? Have we looked at revenue producing opportunities, including city-owned properties and other assets? Have we thoroughly reviewed administrative and discretionary spending, contracts, and other expenses before asking residents to pay more while simultaneously losing all of our services? Also, I looked at the papers on the millage rates, but one thing it doesn't explain is how much that's going to affect each household. It might be easier for families to take if they saw that it would be a smaller increase in their budgets. You know, if it's $1,000 more a year, you're talking $100 or less a month, that might be easier to accept, you know. I also want to make it known that, you know, cutting the employees doesn't necessarily mean cutting costs. If we eliminate the positions you're talking about, especially, well, C5, that's a whole nother story, all that's just sad. But even infrastructure maintenance, there's talk of it going down to one employee. How is one employee going to maintain the city? They do so much right now. They do, you know, all the beach work, all the trimming of the trees, keeping the areas neat, fixing City Hall, everything. How can one person possibly do that? So that would then have to be what? Contracted out. That's not going to save money because you're still paying money to contract it out. Forgive me. If we reduce it to one employee, it just doesn't seem feasible how we can do it. You know, that's a team that does that work now. So, and, you know, so far as the C5 and Nancy Hansen, they're not just buildings, it's, you know, where our children go and families and seniors come together. It's part of what makes Cape Canaveral a community, not just a place where people live. And I think the decisions that we make now will determine the future, ultimately the fate of our city. Like, what do we want to be? Do we want to be a transient town where it's all just tourists and that's it? Or do we want to keep our families and our sense of community? Something that occurred to me before I came here. Ooh, okay,
Thank
I'm
you,
going.
Lisa.
I'll do the rest later. Just one thing.
That
Something
sounds
that
good.
occurred to me is the park. Not Manatee Park, but the one on the other side where the soccer fields are. That's riverfront property, and I don't know how much it's utilized, but I looked up.
Ms. Gandy, we have to cut it at 3. We will
Okay,
give
but
you
that
another
property
time
could be
to
sold for
speak.
$3 to $6 million, and that could put a big dent in the budget.
Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Visadomini, please come forward.
Alvis Adomini, 421 Lincoln Avenue, Cape Canaveral. I'm a 40-year resident of the city. I was going to speak about something different, but after hearing what people were saying, I understand that everybody wants this stuff. My problem is a city budget that went from 27 million in 24, 25 to 40 million today. Where is our money going? That's really what it is. And if it can be cut somewhere, it has to be. We're just spending too much money. Now, whether it's, I don't want to say you can cut all of the parks. I know people like to use the parks. I know on the weekends, that park is open. You can play pickleball and it's open. No, I think there's only one person there. If you can do that during the week, then you can keep it open. You have to be able to bring this down. We have gone up between 70 and 100% on almost every one of our departments. There has to be room to cut. Our employees get paid very well, I think. I think everybody's happy that all our employees are happy with the pay they get, the benefits they get and everything. It's a pleasure to work, I think, for Cape Canaveral. When you look at the surrounding cities. The other point is that we have Indian Harbor Beach, which is right down the block. Their budget is $13 million. They have a pool. They have their own police department. They're the same size as us. They're the same population as us. How is it possible that we're spending that much money? We don't only spent the 37 million, don't forget. We also, in that period of time, managed to spend our $8 million reserve. So we have overspent. We have a spending problem. Where we can adjust it from this point, I don't know. Yeah, are we going to have to make drastic cuts? Probably. Selling property might be something. I thought of a couple of different things. I've heard that in Vegas, they charge a tax on hotel rooms. $15, $20 a night for hotel rooms. We have all those hotels. Let's make some money from the port other than just putting up hotels so people can stay there and go. There is other avenues to make money if the council wants to open it up to discussion. But I do think that we have to get our spending on the way. There's no way we can keep up with the amount of spending we are. And then we have Amendment 3 coming right down the block, which is going to cut again. And they're going to look at us and say, how can Indian Harbor do it for that price? And we're at this. We're not going to get the kickback from the state. That's how they're going to work this. They're going to say population size, they're going to go comparison of cities, and when you ask for the money, the additional monies that we're going to need, because we're going to be obviously even lower than what we are now, that's how they're going to make a decision. So we have to get our house in order. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak this time? Seeing none, we will close public participation for now and I think open it back up later in the meeting. After hearing that, I do think, and before going to our city manager for staff, I'd like to just make a few comments. For those of you who've seen the presentation, seen media headlines, I completely understand a lot of the comments that we heard today. But I can tell you this council has not made any decisions, nor did this council ask for the specific items that will be included in this presentation. And so with that, I'd like to, and I think it's really important to just start with an opening statement here that I prepared, and then we can move on. Thank you again for your time, and those of you who spoke and will speak at the end. I had the opportunity to review the workshop presentation before tonight's meeting. Because of the importance of the decisions before us, I believe it is necessary to begin with a clear statement about why we are here, how I intend to guide the discussion, and who we are responsible for representing. We, the council, do not represent City Hall to the people. We represent the people to City Hall. That principle must guide every decision we make about taxes, spending, staffing, services, and non-personnel costs. I want to thank my fellow council members, Each member brings a different perspective, and each of us understands the responsibility before us. We may not agree on every number or solution, but I believe we share a desire to protect this community and leave the city stronger than we found it. I also want to recognize our city manager and the staff members who prepared these materials today and along the way to get here. The city manager inherited a very difficult financial situation. He and his team have worked to explain the possible effects of different budget reductions. Those concerns deserve to be heard and taken seriously. Our employees perform very important work. They serve residents, maintain facilities, respond to emergencies, process permits, keep records, and perform many duties the public may never see. This meeting is not about attacking them or anyone. No employee is on trial this afternoon. The city's cost structure is absolutely under review. That review must include personnel and non-personnel costs. Salaries and benefits are viable and important, but they are not the entire budget. Contracts, consultants, professional services, supplies, utilities, insurance, maintenance, technology, equipment, travel, memberships, facilities, programs, and other operating expenses also require scrutiny. Every reoccurring expense must be justified by the service it provides and the priority it serves. Employees deserve respect, honest leadership, fair compensation where justified, and an organization that can keep the promises it makes to them. Residents deserve those exact same things from their government. They deserve essential services that work, infrastructure that protects their homes, honest financial information, taxes they can afford, and a council willing to ask hard questions before taking another dollar from them. That's a lovely melody. Is that something that... Yeah, I will proceed. They deserve essential services that work, infrastructure that protects their homes, honest financial information, taxes they can afford, and a council willing to ask hard questions before taking another dollar from them. Residents are people too. They are the retired homeowners trying to remain in the homes they worked their entire lives to afford. They are families facing rising insurance, utilities, groceries, housing costs. They are renters who pay property taxes through their rent. They are small businesses dealing with higher wages, insurance, and operating expenses. They are residents worried that the community they love is becoming too expensive for them to remain here. City employees should never be invisible in a budget decision, but neither should the taxpayers who fund every paycheck, every benefit, building, vehicle, facility, contract, program, and operating expense. I understand that some employees feel this financial problem is being placed on their backs, even though they did not personally create it. Many of them did not. But residents did not create it either. Residents did not prepare the budgets. Residents did not authorize expenditures, reconcile the accounts, or decide how large the organization and its ongoing cost would become. A budget reduction is not discipline, blame, or punishment. It is a governing decision about what the city can afford. Accountability does not mean finding someone to humiliate. It means understanding what happened, correcting it, and making sure it does not happen again. My position is also not based on stubbornly repeating a 6-year-old campaign promise. My concern about taxes was never simply a promise that a tax rate could never change under any circumstance. It was a warning that government must live within its means, fund essential services first, and justify every additional dollar it takes. For years, I warned that expanding facilities, programs, staffing, and ongoing costs would eventually reach the taxpayer. Construction or CRA money can pay for a building, but it does not permanently staff, clean, insure, power, maintain, or repair that building. A ribbon cutting lasts one day. The operating bill continues every year. Hindsight does not make that warning unreasonable. Hindsight shows why it mattered. Before asking residents for more, we, the government, must prove that it has examined the entire budget, not just the most visible employees and services, but also non-personnel expenditures and the assumptions supporting them. This is not an anti-park, anti-recreation, or anti-service position. Parks matter, recreation matters, community programs can strengthen our city. But priorities still matter. Some responsibilities can only be handled by municipal government. The private market will not repair a flooded street, maintain our stormwater system, operate our drainage infrastructure, preserve public records, or provide the public safety services this community depends on. A private gym or recreation provider can offer fitness classes and programming. The private market cannot take over the city's responsibility to protect a neighborhood from flooding. That difference must guide our priorities. A recreation center may be valuable. That does not make its current hours, staffing, programming, contracts, supplies, maintenance cost, or taxpayer subsidy untouchable. Once the city owns a park, basic service, basic safety, cleanliness, and maintenance are obligation, expansion, and enhanced programming are all choices. A beautiful facility does not comfort a family standing in floodwater. That does not mean a recreation project caused flooding. It means every dollar has another possible use. When amenities expand while drainage, streets, lighting, or basic maintenance remain unresolved, council must ask whether we have our priorities in the right order. The financial problem before us did not appear overnight. Historical results show repeated years in which spending exceeded dependable revenue or the city relied on cash forward transfers and other one-time resources as our city manager has stated and provided. Cash forward is not reoccurring revenue. Reserves can help the city survive an emergency or cover up a one-time need. They cannot permanently support payroll, contracts, non-personnel expenses, and normal operations. That brings us to the central standard for this workshop today. Dependable reoccurring revenues must match or at least slightly exceed reoccurring expenditures, not by counting reserves as income or depending on uncertain grants or selling assets or relying on one-time federal funds, or assuming that every existing contract, purchase, program, or operating expense must continue unchanged. And not by postponing the same problem until next year. We must adopt a balanced, reoccurring budget and establish a clear plan to restore reserves, as our city manager and this council has stated. A higher tax rate could make a spreadsheet balance, but a tax increase by itself is not a management plan. Before council considers 4.5 mills or any increases above rollback, we need to know what reoccurring gap remains after reasonable changes have been made. We need to know whether the rate restores reserves or simply preserves current spending. We need to know what non-personnel reductions, contract changes, delayed projects, program adjustments, and operational efficiencies have been evaluated. And we need to know what prevents the same problem from returning next year. I want to address a very important part of our recent history because it directly informs the decisions before us today. In the past, council asked for financial information that went beyond what was considered standard. We asked additional questions because we were told that the city could not cut any further. When former city management said, quote, "We can't cut anymore or reduce," we found out through research that we could, and we did. Before making those reductions, we made clear that maintaining an appropriate reserve was essential. After reductions were made to expenses that could not adequately be justified, council was provided a revised budget showing that the council could reduce taxes, balance the budget, and maintain reserves above the minimum level. The budget book, by code, this volunteer group of council members relied upon from a highly compensated city manager at that time. That budget book was materially incorrect. There has been a statement that council was warned and failed to listen to the need to increase taxes. I remember those meetings. I sat in them and I even went back and watched them. The original proposal did include a tax increase. Council then asked whether we could maintain reserves and reduce expenses sufficiently to allow that tax decrease. Council was assured in the revised budget that we could do so. There was no warning that the plan was impossible. There was an assurance that it was achievable. What I find most revealing and what, in my opinion, exposes the root problem is what happened with the adoption of the fiscal year 24 budget that occurred in September of 2023. Many of the council members, only 2 of us up here, sat on that dais. Those who now argue that council should have listened to warnings about tax increases often point to that budget as the, quote, responsible model. Yet, it's that very budget that had increased taxes, again, following increases in prior years, brought in a substantial increase in property tax revenue, a very large budgeted contingency on top of the built-in contingencies already embedded in many individual line items. Despite my opposing vote, council adopted that budget. That was also the same year in which one of the largest depletions of reserves occurred. What happened? Expenditures dramatically exceeded revenues. The city spent through the large contingency that was budgeted. It then used one of the largest amounts of reserves as stated in our recent history, even while benefiting from a substantial windfall of federal ARPA grant funds. That does not demonstrate a revenue problem. It demonstrates a financial management problem. At no point did the city manager appear to pause mid-year, notify council that appropriations were exceeding revenues, and recommend timely adjustments to protect the budget and reserves. There was no meaningful notice before more than $1 million was transferred from the people's reserves, reducing them from approximately little over 20% to 10%. There was also no notice to council to the following budget year as required by the city code. So what happened? Council reduced taxes based on the numbers provided in the budget and relied on reserve figures that were dramatically overstated. Why was the tax increase the model of how to do it responsibly in 2024 not enough? Why was the contingency not enough? Why were the lower priority projects that could have been paused and transferred to higher priorities not enough to protect reserves? And why were non-personnel expenses, contracts, and other operating costs not adjusted when actual spending began to exceed dependable revenues? Those are management and financial control questions. They are not questions that can be answered simply by saying that council should have raised taxes. I am not shifting blame. I am acknowledging who does what. And at the end of the day, the buck stops with the council. But council cannot responsibly govern without accurate information, timely notice, and professional recommendations from management. The quote, responsible council gave the former city manager and finance director what they requested, followed the warnings presented to us, and adopted a budget that increased taxes. The result was a substantial squandering of funds and a major depletion of reserves. Even if individual expenses that went over were justified, the lack of timely notice and corrective action was not. As our current city manager and new finance director have pointed out, this did not happen only once. It occurred over years of deficit spending going back over a decade. We are the team that is going to make sure that never happens again. I believe that. It began with asking for more information despite being told that the city was fine, that a tax increase would, quote, keep us strong, and that the financial condition of the city was sound. We heard applauses during audit presentations. We saw awards, positive narratives in budget books, and statements about the city's financial health and the state of the city presentations. We heard promises that residents' taxes would not increase because of our community centers or recreational upgrades. I also remember the aggressive response in a former meeting when I used the term, quote, slush fund, in a very benign way. Former councils at that time in 2018 demanded that I apologize. Today, thanks to the work of our new city manager and his team, I believe I have learned that the unassigned fund balance was being used as a de facto slush fund, covering up operating deficits and preserving a false narrative about the city's financial condition. Tax increases did not fix the root problem then. They allowed the underlying financial mismanagement problem to continue. That is why our review must include the entire cost structure, including those non-personnel expenses. We must examine whether contracts are necessary and competitively priced, whether consultants are providing measurable value, whether supplies and services are being purchased efficiently, and whether facilities and programs are operating at appropriate levels, and whether projects can be delayed, and whether reoccurring expenses are supported by reoccurring revenues. And we must all show the residents what each option costs them. To one of the public comments and some of the presentations, these are estimations, but the difference between a 4.5 mil and the 3.2546 rollback property tax rate would be approximately $250 annually on a $200,000 taxable value home or property, $374 on a $300,000, just under $500 on a $400,000 property, and $623 on $500,000 and $747 on $600,000. Those examples only show the difference in the city tax from the rollback, and it not what the residents' entire property tax bill or remaining taxes they pay to the city. Some may consider those amounts as reasonable and manageable. Others will not. City Hall does not get to decide that an increase is affordable or for every household or personal circumstance. Our responsibility is to show the actual cost, and this council needs to weigh it openly against the services residents will receive. A resident's home cannot become City Hall's automatic balancing account. We must also reject the idea that our only choices are 4.5 mills or layoffs. Closures and collapse are not the necessary end result. That is not a complete set of options. Council must also examine vacancies, delayed hiring, consolidation, shared services, contracts, consultant costs, facility hours, program fees, sponsorships, partnerships, procurement practices, non-personnel operating expenses as stated, and the delay of non-essential projects, in which many of those our city manager and staff has worked through. Some of those may not work. Some may not save enough to make it reasonable, but our management must evaluate, and this council must determine before the public is told that the highest tax rate can prevent disaster. Words within the presentation such as collapse, paralysis, and catastrophic are not budget measurements. If a service will fail, tell council what duty will not be performed, when it will happen, how residents will experience it, and whether management can reduce the harm. Tell us whether service moves from excellent to good, good to fair, or fair to unacceptable. If a consequence cannot be measured, it should not be presented as certain. The same standard applies to staffing. Competitive compensation and the number of positions we can afford are completely separate questions. Few residents reached out with some of these points to the council, and that's why I'm sharing them here, because I find that I agree. The city may need to pay retained employees more competitively. Absolutely. That does not prove that every position, program, contract, non-personnel expense, and current service level must remain unchanged. We should determine what work is legally required, what workload exists, what service residents receive, what it costs, and whether the work can be organized differently. Pay the employees we need fairly. Determine separately how many positions and programs and operating expenses the community can afford. That recommendation must come from our city manager. Employees should provide facts, workload information, and professional knowledge. They should not be placed in the uncomfortable position of publicly defending their own livelihoods. Council sets policy and priorities. The city manager must turn those priorities into a professional recommendation for the organization as a whole. That is why I intend at this workshop and ask and request that this council please direct all of our questions first to the city manager. For each major expense or proposed reduction, council needs a few basic answers in which all may not be able to be answered, and in no particular order. Is it legally required or essential? What services do residents receive? What does it cost, including personnel and non-personnel costs? And is the expense reoccurring or one-time, and can it be delivered differently? Many of those have been answered and provided, but we need to make sure with adjustments we're doing that. Payroll is an input. Contracts, supplies, and facilities, and other operating expenses are also inputs. Service is the result. Our goal this afternoon should not be to defend an existing number, department, contract, or organizational chart. Our goal should be to build the most effective government for our residents that we can afford. This council, and my hope is that we leave this evening with a clear direction for our city manager. Bring us a balanced, reoccurring budget, and hopefully a reserve restoration plan is in sight. Clear service levels communicated, reasonable alternatives, and a review of non-personnel costs and an honest explanation of what each option costs the residents. I do not think those are unreasonable requests, and much of the information already exists. We need to organize it into a decision this council can understand, the public can verify, and management can carry out. I believe this council is capable of doing that, and I absolutely believe our city manager and employees are capable of meeting that standard. And most importantly, I believe the residents and constituents of Cape Canaveral can understand difficult choices when we speak to them honestly. We can protect essential services without protecting every past expenditure. We can respect employees without asking taxpayers to accept a cost structure they cannot afford. We can value our parks and recreation while putting flooding, basic public safety, roads, drainage, sanitation, records, and basic maintenance first. We can examine contracts, consultants, and the other expenditures without assuming that every reduction is an attack on service. And City Hall does not get to decide that an increase is affordable for every household. We can correct the past without making this meeting about personal blame. We can come out of this process with a government that is more focused, open, and financially sound. This is not anti-employee. This is not anti-park or anti-service of any sort. It is pro-resident, pro-essential services, pro-accountability, and pro-responsible government. The people did not elect us to protect City Hall from difficult decisions. They elected us to make those decisions on their behalf. Residents work, sacrifice, save, and sometimes go without to fund this city. They deserve excellent essential services, fairly treated employees, protected homes, honest financial information, and a council willing to ask hard questions before taking one more dollar. They also deserve to know that every dollar, whether spent on personnel or any other expense, has been examined and justified. That is why I believe it was important to begin this workshop with this statement that has hopefully some clear direction. Let us be respectful, let us be factual, let us question assumptions without attacking, and let us replace fear with facts and turn those facts into responsible choices. And most importantly, let us remember, council, who sent us here. The city belongs to the people, and it's time for this budget to prove it. Thank you for your patience as we read through that. I know that's lengthy. This council does not speak due to sunshine law. Over the past several weeks, our city manager has worked through some tremendous difficult challenges, made some public statements related to other matters and specifically this matter. And as I've seen social media and posts and media reaching out and just everyday conversations in our neighborhoods, I hadn't really said anything. And I hadn't really put a strong position out. And I felt that it was important before we head into our public hearings that you know where I stand. And I'm certainly speaking for myself and trying to do my best as mayor to set a direction that ultimately a majority of this council will decide. I am one individual, but I respect each and every one of you very much. Thank you for allowing me to work through that. And thank you all again for being a part of this and listening in. City Manager, with that, thank you, sir. I believe we can proceed with the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, and thank you, Cape Canaveral community who are here in person and those who are attending online, and ultimately those who may watch this recording once it is available for your viewing. We appreciate your time and attention on this very important matter. I want to commend our staff for the amount of time and effort they have put into getting this presentation together, answering to the mandates and questions posed by council. Our finance director works late hours these days and on weekends. I get emails from him as late as 11:30 p.m. When he's responding to members of this dais. And so again, I just want to commend all of our staff for their efforts to get us here today. I want to ask before we proceed, could you please turn off all your devices? All devices. Secondly, I want to talk a little bit about today's presentation. The millage rates that are listed under item 4.1 for discussion are not options for the council to choose. They're benchmarks, as we state in the agenda, and they are listed that way because we entered today with a proposed millage rate of 4.5. 4.5 mils is our proposed millage rate, and that requires a unanimous vote, all 5 members of this council to vote on that. Everything, the next level is the 3.5801, and then the level before that, below that is the 3.2546. So if we just refer to them generally as 4.5, 3.5, and 3.2, please know that's what we're talking about in general. Those other levels require different voting thresholds. At a 3.5, it needs anything between a 3.5 and a 3.2 is going to require a 4-to-1 vote, which we call a supermajority. And anything above that's going to require unanimous. And anything below at 3.25 or below is just a simple majority vote. So these are not presented as options for the council to choose. Again, these are just benchmarks for discussion so they understand whatever millage rate that they think they want, how they have to vote in order to achieve that. So thank you for that. We also want to talk about how we got here regarding deficit reduction. When we approach the budget, we look at 3 general areas where we can reduce expenses, and those areas are capital, operational, and personnel. And if you've attended or watched previous budget workshops, you know that we have attacked this issue by looking at those 3 categories. We had a CIP workshop where we started off in March presenting what was of potential, but when we got deep into our budget deficit, we realized that we had to cut severely our capital projects that are funded out of the general fund. Okay, so today's conversation about the budget is centered around the general fund largely, which accounts for 40% of our overall taxes, which is funded through taxes. 40% of our general fund is through taxes. So we've looked at our capital expenditures and we've left very few things in there. Council is certainly open to discussing those. We have a $90,000 study that we've planned to do for impact fee study. We cannot raise our impact fees to generate additional revenue unless we have a legally defensible study to back up our fees. And that study doesn't come cheap. And so we've left that in as a capital expenditure. We also left another capital expenditure dealing with a road project. That project was awarded, the contract for that project was awarded to a contractor. So $150,000 from our general fund is supporting that project, the rest out of our enterprise accounts. And I believe, Joey, that was the only other capital expense, or the one for IT. Yeah, we have a remote server out of state actually that we have to pay for by law as it helps service our community. So those are the 3 capital expenditures that are left in the budget that council can certainly consider. Really the only one available would be the Raftillus study. That's the company for the $90,000. Should council want to not do that this year. The second category is operational costs, and when we talk about that, we're talking about, you know, the bullets and the beans and the Band-Aids, right? The equipment, the parts, the contracts, the general costs to run a city from an expense standpoint. And staff has sharpened their pencils on that, and we have come back with what we believe are the strongest cuts that we can take in our general fund. And that leaves personnel. And when a proposed millage rate of 4.5% is what the majority voted on, then those are our marching orders. And unless there's a desire and even the feasibility to go higher, we walk into today's meeting at 4.5, which means the elimination of multiple positions just to achieve that level. So we walk in today as a 43 employee general fund city to a 28 employee general fund city to achieve that millage rate. And that's just how the numbers lay out. So working forward, if we stay at 4.5, that's what our general fund employees will look like. Plus we have 20 in our enterprise accounts to run sewer, stormwater, and reclaim water. So that's the benchmark or the starting point for this conversation. And I just wanted to frame that because you'll see in this presentation, we have 3 directors who are going to present in the following order. Our finance director, Joey Blackard, will go over the main presentation, which you will see overall the reductions in staffing and corresponding, what we believe to be a corresponding reduction in service. And these conclusions are not easy to come to. We can speculate, we can best guess, we can surmise through experience, we can clearly define in other cases. But anybody can be critical and pick this apart and say, well, do this or do that or whatever. It's my job to do that, and it's the staff's job to do that. But we will take any input that we get from council and any input from the community. But at the end of the day, we have to meet a 4.5 proposed millage rate, or less, depending on how the council proceeds with this presentation. So we'll first hear from our finance director, and then we will hear from our parks and recreation culture director. We'll talk about specifically how we would proceed with our facilities. I just want to go on record to say that no one has ever said that we are closing those facilities. What we have said is that if we cannot staff them due to meeting the budget cut mandates, then we would open them up for lease to an entity in some fashion. And we'll dive into what that would look like moving forward. And that won't happen overnight. It won't be, we're out October 1 and someone else is in, you know, we're out September 30th and someone else is in October 1. It won't happen that fast. And those facilities will remain vacant and unoccupied and unused until such time as they can be staffed by whomever the city chooses to operate them, depending again on what millage rate is ultimately decided by this council. So I wanted to be very clear about that. And then our final presenter will be our human resources director, who will go over ultimately what costs do or incur, or we will incur as a result of reductions. Again, when you lose people and knowledge and so forth, you know, you're going to lose functionality. And when we approach this budget conversation, we started in looking at what are essential services. And that will come up today. What services are essential? Public safety, first and foremost, is essential. And our partners in public safety, Canaveral Fire and the Brevard County Sheriff's Office, have worked with us and have done everything they can to reduce their costs for their services. And we are thankful to them for that. Then we look at what are other essential services. A city typically has a city manager, a clerk's office, and a city attorney. And we would consider those essential services. We also have to have a finance department to pay all the bills, to receive all the revenues that we generate. That is an essential service. If we have construction and so forth, we have to have a permitting process. We have to have a planning process. We have to have potentially an engineering process or service, depending on whether we contract or employ. But we always have to contract because you can never employ all the engineers that you need for the projects that are done. And so what are those essential services? At some point, it's really no arguing that when you're running a municipality. And then you get into what is not essential service, or what is an essential service, but how can it still be performed in some manner if you're going to reduce your employee count to do that. And so the next step we went through is, well, what's essential, but how can we combine, or hybrid is the term that we've used, how can we combine or hybrid those functions so that we can continue those services? But then it becomes a question of quality. Okay, how many hats can one person wear to perform an essential service to the extent that that service is adequately received and perceived, whether reality or perception, on the part of those people who are receiving those services? And that's where the conversations can go in different directions, because a lot of times it's subjective to one person's personal opinion. And so that's where we tried to figure out what are the best ways to combine essential services while still reducing the budget deficit. And those were very critical conversations that we have had with our directors. And then again, we fall back on what are those non-essential services, and what was a resounding vote for what is most non-essential in our situation, in our city, is parks and recreation. It is an important function for a community. There are many studies that have shown that having a viable, active parks and recreation program run by the government provides many services, many tangible and many intangible services. But then again, we get to the point where it can also be a matter of opinion. And the people who are responsible for making that decision are seated up here at this dais, but they're not going to do it without the public's input. And so when we move forward with our parks and recreation conversation, I ask that everyone be mindful that we walk into this door today at a 4.5 millage rate, which means that service will be drastically reduced already coming in the door today. And how we manage that moving forward will be determined based on what millage we ultimately walk out of here with, whether it's today or a future meeting. We have 2 meetings in September. And so, having said that, I just again wanted to frame this conversation so everyone understood how we got here, what has been taken into account or consideration. Do we look at contracts? Yes. Do we look at all the things that the mayor has suggested, or people who have spoken at the dais have suggested? Yes. We have looked at everything that we can. And at this point in time, it gets down to, while we don't want to sit here and talk about a person's livelihood, we are looking at positions being lost. And that's the reality of the millage rate that we are addressing today, the highest millage rate today at 4.5 mils. And so I would echo the mayor's statement that we want to be professional and in the manner in which we do our business today. And with that, I will turn the microphone over to our finance director, Joey Blackard. And Mayor, if you'll indulge me, it's important, I think, that the community understands who their staff is and how credentialed they are to come to the microphone with their years of experience. Joey Blackard is our newly appointed finance director. He does have 2.5 years of service to our government. He has a master's degree in business administration and a bachelor's degree with a double major in finance and accounting. And we're very thrilled to have Joey walking us through this today. Joey.
So the purpose of this presentation is to show the general fund scenarios at the corresponding millage rates. So here's a summary of our current staffing level compared to the 3 benchmarks that we've chosen to present. And again, these are just benchmarks. There is a range that exists between these 3 numbers. Why we chose these 3 benchmarks is the 4.5 millage rate. That is the current adopted proposed millage rate. And we have a what I'll call the 3.5 number. That is the highest millage that a 4-to-1 council vote would obtain. And then we have our rolled back millage rate at the bottom, which is 3.2, and that would require a 3-to-2 vote. So I will get more into the scenarios of how the city's general fund looks on the next slide. So currently, the city's general fund has 43 staffed positions. At the adopted proposed millage rate of 4.5, the city would have to eliminate roughly 1/3 of the general fund workforce. And then as you continue to read to the right side of the screen, at the highest 4-to-1 vote, which is the 3.5 millage rate, the city would have to let go over half of the general fund employees. And then at the farthest to the right, at the rolled back rate, we have determined and projected the city would have to let go 2/3 of the general fund employees. And again, to put this in perspective, we are talking about the general fund. The city does have an additional 20 employees in our enterprise funds, which are made up by wastewater fund and stormwater fund. And throughout the rest of the presentation, we will show how at each millage rate the city is affected at each step. So at the current proposed millage rate, adopted proposed millage rate of 4.5 mils, the city would go from 43 employees to 28 employees, a reduction of 15 positions, primarily from 10 being from the Parks and Rec department, and 5 being from the Community and Economic Development department. So what this would mean for the Parks and Rec department would be the buildings in that department, the C5, which is the gym, the Nancy Hansen Rec Center or Rec Complex, the Cape Center, and the splash pad would be changed from government running them, as in public, to private operation. Additionally, at the bottom right of the screen, the effects on the Community and Economic Development department would require eliminating 2 code enforcement officer positions and 1 code enforcement administrative position, and the transfer of 2 positions within that department to the stormwater fund. So this is the corresponding scenario of what we believe the general fund would look like at a 4.5 millage rate. Now we will go to the next benchmark, which is the highest millage rate that a 4-to-1 council vote would obtain. And the difference between the currently adopted 4.5 rate and this 3.5 rate is approximately $1.4 million that the city would have to make up somehow. So we have done this. We've made up that $1.4 million in difference by eliminating an additional 10 general fund positions, 3 coming out of the administrative services, 2 coming out of the infrastructure maintenance department, and then 5 out of the Parks and Rec department, which would leave effectively no Parks and Rec employees left. So that is how we've arrived to make up that difference of 1.4 million. Additionally, of the remaining employees in this millage rate scenario, the employees' benefits, the city's retirement contribution on behalf of the remaining employees would be reduced from 12% to 3.5%. And this, to put it in perspective, this would mean approximately 58% of current general fund employees would have to be let go and able to afford this situation as we're proposing. The next millage rate scenario is now the rolled back rate. That is the third and last of our three benchmarks that we are presenting. How the general fund would look at this millage rate scenario would be there would be 14 general fund staff remaining, made up of the numbers on the screen, 7 in administrative services, 6 in community and economic development, and 1 infrastructure maintenance person remaining. This is, and I'll speak a little bit more about the rolled back scenario on the next slide. So of the remaining 14 general fund employees, at the rolled back rate, each employee would be required to take 1 furlough day per pay period, which would be approximately a 10% reduction in pay to that employee. The employee's benefits, retirement benefits would go down from 12% to 0%, and the employee would have no raises throughout the year, which would be materially impacting the remaining employees. And to put in perspective, the difference between the 3.5 millage rate and the 3.2 millage rate is that's a difference of $487,000 is the difference between those millage rates. And this will be the last slide of this presentation. It is a summary of what the general fund would look like. The scenario would be if the general fund had the rolled back millage rate. 29 of 43 general fund positions would be eliminated, which is approximately 2/3 of the current general fund employees. The Parks and Rec buildings, C5, Nancy Hansen Rec Complex, Cape Center, and Splash Pad will be moved from public management to private operation. There'd be no Parks and Rec employees that would remain. The infrastructure maintenance department would be reduced to 1 employee. Code enforcement capacity would be significantly reduced. Remaining employees would experience furloughs and substantial benefit reductions. The city's ability to maintain current programs and service levels would be significantly reduced. And lastly, disaster preparedness and response efforts would be hampered. And that is the end of this presentation.
Thank you very much, City Manager. I'll yield to you.
Thank you. So thank you, Joey. And if I could have Molly Thomas, our Parks and Rec Director, come to a microphone. Molly Thomas has 12.5 years of government service. She has served for 7 years in this capacity as our Parks Director. She has a master's degree in anthropology, a Bachelor of Arts in administration, and she's a certified Parks and Rec executive, CPRE through the state of Florida, or nationally certified, and she is also a has a Florida Records Management certificate. Molly, you have the floor.
All right. Thank you for this opportunity, Council. I am very excited to be able to provide the boots on the ground view of what the numbers that were just presented to you mean. And I will do that as clear and concisely as possible, because obviously these are a lot of complex moving pieces, if you will. So sometimes if you move something in one place, it moves something in another. So if you have questions at the end, I'll be happy to answer that to the best of my ability. But as you can see from Joey's presentation, that every time you talked about one thing, you ended up talking about 2 others. So this is no different, okay? All right. So what I've assembled here is based on the benchmarks as was provided by Joey. Joey and I have spent a lot of time together recently. The impacts of a 4.5 mil. This is the one that requires a unanimous vote. This one and everything under it until you get to the next number. This is the staff in the park department reduced by 10 personnel. This funds 3 maintenance, 1 community engagement communications person, and 1 director position. All city events, including Friday Fast, Monster Mash, and the Space Coast Paddle Battle, are unfunded in this current budget. All facility operations for the 3 brick and mortars that we have are unfunded. The splash pad operation is unfunded. And the Boxcast streaming service that is currently broadcasting this meeting is unfunded. So this is a little bit larger visual. The removal of 10 people is only part of the equation. Funding the actual programs and activities and building operations themselves is the rest of that equation. So funding the operations and the events is great, but funding the people would be essential to executing those operations and events. The splash pad in particular, to comply, you mentioned, Mayor, in your opening statement that, talking about what's legal, what's legally required and not legally required. One of the reasons that the operations of the splash pad was removed is because that costs $62,000 minimum for us to comply with state health regulations to operate it to the public. It's treated similar to a public pool. So there's a lot of rules and regulations. So until we found an alternative entity, if you will, to operate that, or we wanted to add at least the $62,000 to the budget to accommodate that, the splash pad would not be operational and open to the public until we found a solution to that. The same goes for the programs. Most of our programs are actually held by independent contractors. So those contracts would need to be continued with whomever would be taking on the building itself for those contracts to continue. So when we look at the different options for someone else taking over, and however that looks, there's a lot of different ways. All the facilities, as the city manager indicated, would be vacant until another entity or partner is identified to resume the operations. I spoke at length yesterday with Mr. City Attorney, and Florida statutes require the city to publicly solicit proposals before selling or leasing any city-owned property located within the CRA. This is not a simple process, and I can let the city attorney speak to that at the end if you guys have any questions, because he can speak to it much better than I can, because the CRA rules are rather complicated. But it does require a strategic assessment of what our goals need to be with outsourcing that, and then how we are going to go about doing that. And when it comes to the 3 different buildings, it's not a copy and paste. So what you do with the C5 in terms of putting out an RFP is going to look different from what you put out for the Nancy Hansen or the Cape Center, because there's different amenities, there's other things on the properties, so on and so forth. And I can get into that in detail and a little bit more if you want at the end. Public-private sponsorship opportunities are also a valid option. If you look at places like Pictona, that is very much a nonprofit, grassroots type of entity. It's very successful, but also that takes time to put together. The other impact that must be realized when it comes to outsourcing the facility operations and leaving them vacant effective October 1 is that any revenues generated by the facilities would be suspended until alternative arrangements are finalized. Second up, outsourcing event operations. So the city has very minimal space and infrastructure to accommodate public events. To identify a third-party host vendor or organization, the city would need to put out an RFP, similar to what it would need to do with the buildings, to identify the types of events that you want to hold, where you want to hold them, and what the goal is for actually hosting them. If revenue generation is a consideration, the city may or may not, depending upon the city attorney's guidance when it comes to this, have to take a close look at its outdoor event entertainment permit. As it stands right now, if you were to come in and apply for an outdoor event entertainment permit, and your event had over, say, 250 to 300 people, the most the city, not police and fire, but the city would earn from that pushing around of paper would be $500. So that's not a needle mover, if you will, because police and fire get paid separately by that person that is applying to do the event. Outsourcing programming, that's kind of a repeat of what I just indicated. Many of the city's programs are currently provided by independent contractors that pay the city 25% of the fees that they charge participants. Types of programs offered or maintained going forward would be at the sole discretion of what I'm calling the franchisee, whoever's coming in to operate those facilities. And the city's ability to collect facility-related program revenue following that would completely depend on the operational arrangements that we come to with whomever is running the buildings. So to sum all of that up, with the current proposed 4.5, expenditures related to basic level facility maintenance would have to continue until an alternative building operations model can be finalized to include time for the requisite code reviews and obligations that are upon us due to the nuances of the CRA and having to initiate the RFP process. All current facility and event-related revenue sources would cease until an alternative operations model is finalized. Refunds will need to be issued to facility renters, program event participants for scheduled activities that are going to occur after October 1, 2026. When I first put this agenda packet out, I didn't have all my numbers from my team yet, and I believe the number you first saw was 6,000. It's closer to 10. So we would need to process approximately $10,000 worth of revenues if we were to cease building operations October 1. That would include participants to Friday Fest as well. So expectations from that, most likely, and this is just coming from my 12 years of working in communications from the city, it would be remiss not to consider that the negative community response to related closures and facilities and scaled back services should be among the expectations. So the next milestone that Joey has provided for us is the one that requires the supermajority vote. This is the 3.5. This effectively dissolves the Parks and Recreation and Community Affairs Department. No positions are funded at all. All communications duties would, and this is pure conjecture, all communications duties would shift to community and economic development. Emergency operations support duties would also shift to community and economic development. Facility use oversight contracts permits to include pavilion rentals would shift to community and economic development, and all park and facility maintenance would be shifted to infrastructure maintenance. So when we were looking at the individuals that were coming in at the 4.5 mil, that was 5 staff members. And those 5 staff members would be responsible for all of the things that are listed on this chart right here. So for the communications roles, that is website, social media, the records compliance associated with that, and also other records compliance needs. Emergency communications, public meeting noticing, digital ADA compliance, the marquee, the state of the city, your basic brand management, which for those that don't know what that all means, it's your business cards, it's your letterhead, it's all of that. That's all that design work is done in-house. And any community engagement that you can think of, whether it's a report of concern, whether it's, hosting an event, any of that, that's all part of that communication function. Assuming that we would be contracting out or leasing facilities, the people to do that contracting and permitting, facility contracts, franchise agreements, outdoor event permits, and any remaining facility rentals, all of those roles would need to shift to someone else. And then the 3 maintenance that would be removed in this 3.5 mil, they would be responsible for irrigation, grounds maintenance, the janitorial roles at the park pavilions, your basic plumbing and electrical at all of the non-brick and mortar facilities, and just general equipment safety like your playgrounds. So what does that look like to shift those responsibilities to another department or outsourcing it? Those assuming the new responsibilities would require extensive training, not just ADA, but a lot of legal stuff that's associated with meeting notices, so on and so forth, content creation, county EOC communications procedures, and basic FEMA and incident control systems, PIO responsibilities. Shifting contract and permit responsibilities, whoever's taking on that new role would need a very solid briefing on, all the city codes that we have currently that govern the use of our public properties, our city park and recreation properties themselves, the amenities, known issues, historic use, community nuances, grant restrictions. That's one thing that was brought up in public comment is, selling off certain properties. While they may have significant cash value to unload them, some things are protected for a certain number of years once a grant comes into play when it's for the building of, say, a kayak launch or a pavilion or a playground. The city is limited on what it can do. And Anthony and I spoke about that yesterday as well. And that's one of those things where sometimes it would make sense to do it, sometimes it might not make sense to do it. So that would have to be examined before we made any, actions to start doing something like that. And the shifting of maintenance responsibilities, those people would need to learn the ins and outs of our parks and our properties. They would need the maintenance history. They would need to know the operational needs of the different property features, certainly playground and property safety requirements. And one of the most valuable things that most of my maintenance team can speak to is knowing who your resident allies are, the people that walk around the parks, the people that walk up and talk to them every day, the people that point out, oh, I saw this. That type of institutional knowledge is very helpful when it comes to trying to maintain properties like that. So to summarize what the 3.8 or below will do, is it 3.8 or 3.5? 3.5 or below, sorry, typo. All expectations from the previous summary, in addition to extensive training needed for reassigned staff to provide just the most basic of services. You'll have a diminished ability for the city to prepare for, respond to, and recover from an emergency. It will be an increased workload for staff in other departments who have also been similarly reduced, and a diminished ability for the city to safely maintain the playgrounds and other recreational spaces. And that's all I got. Any questions for me? Or City Manager?
Thank you very much. Council, do we want to go through and try to get through all of them and then circle back for questions?
I think that would be best.
Sound good? I think probably will have some questions, but okay, I think we'll keep moving through. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Molly.
You're welcome.
If I can invite HR Director Natalie Watkins to come forward. Natalie has 25 years of government service, 14 years serving as a Human Resources Director. She holds a Master's in Public Administration, HR certification from the Executive Leadership Institute, Brevard County, and she's also certified from the Society of HR Risk Management Professionals. Thank you, Natalie.
Okay. Okay, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
All right. So I wanted to start out with this slide to give you all an idea of what we were presented with when it came to our insurance renewal. We were presented with a really significant financial problem. The city routinely budgets about a 6% increase annually on the healthcare. Our current carrier came in with a 45% increase, which a lot of our surrounding municipalities are also seeing. 6% is less than the national average of 8 to 9 that people are seeing. We knew we couldn't absorb that, so we formed a benefit committee with 9 employees from different departments with different health needs, and we looked at hundreds of plans from different carriers. We reduced our life insurance benefit to the staff. We reduced our long-term disability insurance, and we changed carriers over to Florida Blue. So we worked as a team to take that pot of money that was budgeted across all line items to get it back to the 6%. So, and that's really important because when we're trying to recruit, the wages aren't always competitive, but it's the total compensation package that we use as our recruiting and retention tools. So, when we're looking at this, I think we need to apply the same staffing decisions that we're discussing now to understand the full financial impact before we make the cut. So, this is the financial premise of the presentation, basically. Before we eliminate, we need to ask 4 questions, and Mayor, you did allude to this in your opening statement. The first one is, what work disappears? If the answer is none, who is going to absorb it? Will it be existing staff? Will that lead to overtime? Contractors, which aren't cheap? Or does the work simply take longer? So then that goes to what happens to service, the level being provided to our residents. And then overall, what's the actual net savings when we do this? That's the number we need to focus on. A salary disappearing from the wage schedule is easy to calculate. However, the downstream costs are harder to see. But harder does not mean they don't exist. For instance, unemployment. With the 10 staff reduction, we're looking at $33,000 for unemployment. With the other scenarios, it could be $85,000. So, and that doesn't include PTO payouts, which could range up to $200,000. So those are also budget impacts. Okay. So with regards to the current labor market, I did go out and we looked at other surrounding cities, the big ones around us that we're competing for talent with. So 51% of our positions are ranked lowest on the minimum wage scale against all the others, and that was 61 of 71 position titles. 34% of them max out lower than all the others. We did have an internal employee survey back in July, and 8 out of 10 employees identified their compensation and benefits as their top personal concerns. So those numbers also need to be considered. We're not starting this conversation from a position of being highly competitive. Does that mean everyone's going to leave? No, that's not what I'm saying. But it needs to we need to understand the environment we're in. When we're looking at increased workloads, reduced staff, and an erosion of benefits, which include furloughs, COLAs, merit increases, and retirement plan cuts. So to show you what that actually looks like. These are 4 positions that are considered essential, and I do have others if you guys are interested in seeing those comparisons. But just for 2 of our director positions, we're $15,000 to $30,000 below our competitors. The city clerk is $18,000 to $46,000 below. Plant operators, which don't come easy, and the average age is starting to retire out of those positions, we are $4,000 to $20,000 below our competitors, depending on the level of license, A, B, C. So, and with that, I'm not saying we have to be the highest paid city. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying we need to recognize what this means when we're recruiting and retaining people. Okay, so the turnover cascade, as you can see, is something that we all need to be concerned about. When we eliminate a position, but the work remains and it gets redistributed to staff, we see people become stretched, disengaged, outside workers can become injured, and then we see someone else leave. Now we have another vacancy that we didn't even plan for. Now we're recruiting, interviewing, training with a budget we don't have in this new budget, while the remaining staff carry even more workload. And that's how one plan reduction increased the risk of additional unplanned turnover. And I think we've already seen this. It's not a hypothetical concern for us. We saw it downstairs in the Community Economic Development Department. When one person left, 4 others left behind them voluntarily. So, again, these are benchmarks. I'm not saying these are what it's going to cost to replace each employee, but statistically, to replace a front level line employee, it costs about 40% of salary. And the higher up, a technical position, 80,000 or 80%, sorry. And then for a director level, because right now we're not getting applicants for our city clerk position, so we are looking at having to use a recruiting firm, which is going to cost money, and it's also going to, include relocation costs. And again, these are benchmarks. I'm not saying that this is the check that we're going to have to write at the exact amount, but it does involve a lot of staff time to make these replacements work. Not to mention the institutional knowledge that walks out the door that is very hard to replace. The more specialized the employee, the harder the knowledge is to replace in these situations. So, the number to the left is easy to calculate. We eliminate, we see the salary and benefits come off the budget line. But that's not the gross savings. It isn't necessarily it is the gross savings, not the net savings. If the work remains and all of those other things I've already covered continue, we have to assume that we're going to have all of these recruiting costs and extra overtime to fill these gaps. There's a significant difference also that we need to consider when we're going from a large group health plan to a small group health plan insurance under 50 employees. Those are things that there's no guarantee that a smaller group means lower health care prices. Historically, the large groups can be lower rates because they are negotiable and the risk is spread over a larger population. In the smaller markets, rates are not negotiable, plan designs are standardized, and rates are based on age and location rather than the health experience of the group. There's other implications that we would have to consider also, and that's at the bottom, but it would involve Affordable Care Act, FMLA, reporting implications, and depending on how many full-time employees we have left, we would have to dig into that to see how we are affected there. So reducing headcount can have a financial and admin consequence beyond the salaries just being removed. This is a kind of a redundant one of what Molly's already shown, but it's worth repeating to understand that, yes, we're not closing the facilities, we're going to lease them out, but that doesn't guarantee that the person leasing them is going to offer the services that we are losing, that our residents have come to that they currently receive. So when we're discontinuing services, we can't assume that those services will continue. That's not me saying they can't be eliminated. You guys have the authority to make those decisions, but we need to be clear about what the decision actually means. If we're choosing to save the cost of operating the facilities and staffing the positions, then we're choosing to stop providing the services. And those two decisions can't be separated. So I understand that council has a very difficult decision to make, and I recognize the need to reduce costs. My purpose today is to tell you that not to tell you that nothing can be cut. It's to make sure we understand the full decision we're making here. On one side are the savings, payroll, facility operating cost, and other direct costs. On the other side, we're giving up positions, facilities, programs, resident services, organizational capacity. And in this case, those losses are not theoretical. If we determine that the savings justify those losses, then we will move forward with those decisions. But we need to have the entire picture in front of us. The savings and the services lost are part of the same decision. That's mine. It was brief. So.
Thank you, Natalie. So, Council, I did want to make sure you knew that we have another director present from our general fund, and that's Zach Eichholz. Zach is our Community Economic Development Director and our Emergency Operations Coordinator for the public's knowledge. He has 10 years of government service. He's served in his current capacity as our director just about 2 months. Prior to that, he was within that department his whole time here. He has a Master of Science in Interdisciplinary Sciences and also Bachelor of Science in Sustainability Sciences. As we know, Zach was in our Resiliency Director. And he's here. He doesn't have a presentation, but he does have backup information submitted for the council's review and of course, the public's review. And I just want to make one final statement, Mayor, before I turn the microphone over to you. Our staff has worked very hard, as I said, on putting this information together. And this presentation is clearly for the community's consumption. The decisions that have to be made here by our council are very serious. And so we wanted the community to be informed. The purpose of this presentation was not to shock and awe anybody. It's just the reality of dealing with the numbers and the services, the corresponding loss of those services. So that was not our goal. Our goal was just to present the facts and the information so the community is aware, and that the community can provide this council with the information that is most important to them now that they are fully aware of what these whatever potential millage rate you choose could bring about for their community. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So our director, Zach, there's no presentation at this time for that one?
That's correct, but
Okay.
he is here, and he's part of the general fund.
And we do have the printout and packet. Council, how about we take a recess, unless there's just some initial comments here. We can come back and I think go back through. Thank you all very much, and city manager and team.
That's fine.
Sounds good?
I just have a question for Natalie. We can pick it up later. That's fine.
Okay. Make sure we come back.
I have several questions, so picking it up later is what I'd like to do, so we can revisit.
Okay, so yeah, it's 2:52. Maybe 10 minutes or so, or once we're all back, we can reconvene. Let's go ahead and recess. Council, are we ready? Ready to go? City Manager, you ready? Take your time, just let me know. We're going to get started in about maybe 30 seconds to a minute, just giving you a heads up. Thank you all for your patience and taking that recess. And if you do want to speak, thank you, sir. We are going to open public comment back up at some point, depending on what the council wants to do. And yeah, please fill out a card if you choose to speak. And as always, if you did speak at the first one and recognizing that you might have heard something that was presented or stated and you want to speak again, we absolutely welcome that as well. So thank you.
Mayor, you referring to budget comparison report?
I think so, yes. It was the same email that I responded to.
It is the budget comparison.
Yes, it is. Thank you. Ready to go?
Yes.
Okay. Ready. It is 3:17 p.m. We are returning back from our recess. I call the meeting back to order. We are at our workshop meeting here, continuing along the agenda. And we just finished the presentation from our city manager and directors and staff. I think this council, we got some questions, but before doing so, I want to go back to our city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I just did have two more follow-up comments. In addition to Zach Eichholz, our Director for Community Development, we have Dave Colson from our infrastructure maintenance. And if you have any questions about what IM would look like in relation to these millage rates, he'll be on hand for that. And then finally, back to the community when I talked about the presentation and no intent to shock and awe the public, obviously. The reason why we were specific in what cuts would look like is because during the last budget workshop, we were operating from the premise that we were coming down at a 4.5 millage rate and what those cuts would look like. And then there was conversation on the dais about potentially going lower than 4.5. And so that meeting was running long. We had other items to discuss. So that workshop was kind of paused, if you will. The content or the dialogue at that time was paused so that staff could return with what cuts would look like from the rollback rate up through the 4.5 mills. So that's why we came back today with all of that information. We were having that conversation last budget workshop just at a 3.5 millage rate. I'm sorry, a 4.5, thank you, millage rate. And but now we have all of them. So I just wanted to clarify that point.
Thank you, sir. Council, as far as the original placement of public participation was right after discussion. Do we want to ask our questions? I know Councilmember Willis had questions. I think we all probably do. How do we want to do it?
Well, if I may.
Yeah,
we
please.
have people here. They've heard what we just heard. Maybe they have some questions. We'll open it up for them for now, and then we can respond.
I think that makes sense. Let's do maybe a hybrid. Is there any technical or clarifying questions before going to the public that maybe be helpful for the public to hear?
I have some.
Okay, Councilmember Willis, you do as well?
I do.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, all of this. Okay, let's go. Mayor Pro Tem?
Okay, I had a couple of questions, and as we worked through the materials that we had, let me get to them so I know exactly who to ask. Okay, on the, let's see, this one I believe is you, Joey. As we were talking, and this doesn't have a page number, but it's the millage decision determines the city's operating capacity slide. And on that slide, it says, right there, perfect, infrastructure maintenance would be reduced to 1 employee. Now, I know that we have infrastructure maintenance personnel in PRCA, also in Public Works. Is this, which position are we talking about there for that 1 employee?
that one employee would be left in the infrastructure maintenance department. So that is not the Parks and Rec.
Okay, so it's not Parks and Rec. And is it the infrastructure maintenance department that falls under Public Works? Or is this for these buildings, for City Hall, Cape Center, and the community center?
That is correct. The infrastructure maintenance is for the general fund.
Okay. So City Hall, Cape Center, and community center.
Can I clarify real quick on that? So when we talk about the maintenance folks in my team, we don't lump them into infrastructure maintenance. And my 3 current maintenance folks and the ones that would be included in the 4.5 but eliminated by the further rollback on that, they do the 27 acres of...
Okay, can we, and I'm in a different spot, so,
Okay.
and I want to get that, Molly.
So yeah, the City Hall, yes. The infrastructure maintenance from Public Works has very minimal to do with Cape Center or any of the recreation buildings. They help
Okay.
us considerably when we need help, but within that parameter, that's not...
So what you're saying is this infrastructure maintenance person only works at City Hall? Mostly.
And around town, like clearing storm drains and stuff like that.
Okay, I
That's
thought
what
that would have been done under Public Works for clearing storm drains instead of the general fund.
I will let June and them speak to that. I just wanted to clarify that it had nothing to do with the Cape Center Nancy Hansen or the other ones.
Okay, so this person right here that is one employee only maintains City Hall and some stormwater projects within the city is what I'm hearing.
If we could have Dave Coulter come to the microphone, he can explain all of the IM.
Thank you,
to
Dave.
So infrastructure maintenance, the way that they're seeing it on this is all infrastructure maintenance in the city. It's this building, it's Public Works infrastructure maintenance, it's all roads, it would be all parks, it would be all grass cutting, it would be all everything that gets done on the beaches. And then if the parks are gone, it would also mean all the parks as well too, in person for all that.
Okay, so help me understand, Dave, so that I get this, because I think that this context is important when we're looking at various things like this. So do we have any infrastructure maintenance people in Public Works?
Yes,
Okay.
they are. The Public Works is infrastructure maintenance.
Okay, so is this person in Public Works that we're
Yes.
talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, and so this person that's reduced to one person, they do all grass cutting, all of the buildings.
It'd be everything in the city. Yeah.
Everything in the city.
Yep.
Okay, what do the other public or infrastructure maintenance people do?
They would be gone.
Oh, they'd be gone.
It'd be one person.
Okay, so all infrastructure maintenance is under Public Works. You handle everything, and in this statement would be reduced to one person.
Correct.
So we're not looking at another group of infrastructure maintenance
Yeah,
being.
there's just the one.
Okay, see, that's important, so I needed to know that. So this person is the Public Works infrastructure maintenance, okay. Thank you, Dave. That's what I wanted to know on that, because that makes a difference. Mr. Mayor, I'm going to keep rolling through if you don't mind.
Sure.
So I can just get these out of the way, and then that way I'll be out of the way on my questions. Okay, and then this one is for Natalie.
Title, or is it the first slide I'm looking over?
It's the slide about 45%.
Okay.
Renewal increase that you all had, and then the 6% city budgeted increase.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you said that there were or you had worked on decreasing long-term disability.
Correct.
Okay, can you tell me what the premium is for long-term disability?
It annually,
Yes.
it went down from about 24,000 annually, and we reduced the benefit to 50% from 60%, and it's dropping it to, well, it'll depend obviously on where we land on our numbers, but with the current.
Well, how much did you cut it when you're saying you went and?
We cut it by about 5,000 overall, but that was with the current staffing model.
Right.
Of the,
I'm just needing to know what that looked like. So you cut it by 5,000, okay, to around 19,000.
I believe it was 18.
18,
yeah. Mhm.
okay, so that'd be 6, okay. All right, thank you. Let me see if I have another one for you before you, okay. Okay, that one wasn't a question. Let me look here. Okay, on the comparison of salaries that are on the pay comparison key positions and versus market sheet.
This one?
Yes.
Okay.
Are these just salaries, or are these salaries plus all the benefits that
No,
are
those
paid
are
as
just
well?
the starting wages. Those don't include the benefits. And I believe in my other packet, I had provided you what the surrounding municipalities also offer for benefits for their staff as a comparison. So these are just the base starting wages.
Okay. Right, so I wanted to clarify that because that's important to know, because when you look at adding in benefits, it increases it substantially typically because insurance isn't cheap.
Correct. And like the other municipalities are all doing the 100% paid for the employee on the health insurance, and they're very competitive across the board.
Yeah, and it's hard for me looking at other cities and saying, let's compare.
It's hard.
Because we've got West Melbourne, who has homes with acreage. We've got Cocoa Beach that now has a large majority homes that are over $1 million.
yeah.
And we hadn't gotten there yet. So it
Right.
makes it hard for comparing for you, I'm
There's
sure.
no apples to apples. We
Yeah.
did go out and look like the mayor had requested, and Indian Harbor might be comparable by numbers, but their water's provided by the city of Melbourne. Part of their fire department's volunteer staffing. They're not planked by the port and the hotels in Cocoa Beach, so.
Understood, yeah. So, and then on the turnover cascade, on that slide, you were referring to a large group of people leaving in the community and economic development group. And was that when we had the situation with the prior city manager exiting?
Correct. We had,
Okay.
I believe, what was it, 20? Well, from everyone, we lost 4 voluntarily, but the total number since then was about 20 employee turnover.
Okay, okay. But I wanted to clarify that because I think that cascade had something to do with circumstances at that time, so.
It did.
Okay. All right, then let me, I'm sorry, I'm just going through really hitting you, Natalie. Let's see. Okay. All right. And then this one's for Molly. I've just been going through as y'all did everything and making my notes. So, Molly, as we look at the impact of a budget at 4.5 mils.
Okay, summary. Okay.
Okay, and it says boxcast streaming of public meetings would be unfunded. And I guess I know you've been here a long time, so I'm asking this for historical knowledge. I'm not sure why boxcast streaming of public meetings would be under the PRCA or Culture Leisure Services, because that's government business. So I would think of that being somewhere else in the budget. So would you explain that for me?
If you look at the history of how I got to where I am, I was a standalone department at one point that was all of the city's communications and also the digital ADA responsibilities. The reason that I don't get directly involved in, say, agenda packet development software, anything like that, is that the reason Boxcast is utilized is because it's the most, hands down, the most affordable and user-friendly way to facilitate captioned live meetings. So if the city council wishes to continue broadcasting live, the only affordable means to do that is to use Boxcast.
Well, and I'm not questioning the software, because we need to have a way to, absolutely, and I'm sure y'all have investigated that. My question was why it was in PRCA, because to me,
Because the C and the A.
yeah,
I'm the community affairs, so I do all the city's communications, all of them.
okay. So Culture and Leisure Services,
Is no more.
okay, and so it's PRCA, and the CA is Community Affairs.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, I needed that. Okay. I'm sorry, council, I'll be through in just a minute. Okay, and then we had, okay, on the leasing out of the potential leasing the community center, for example. Understand we'd have to go out with the RFP process, and it's pretty much standard for any type of government situation where you're soliciting a vendor. And you may have to jump in on this, city attorney, as we go. So that to me is not an unusual process. We'd have to have 3 bids, is typically what state statute has you do, correct?
With respect to the properties that are located within this community redevelopment area, which, Gen 5, City Hall, Cape Center, Nancy Hanson, I mean, they're all in the CRA area. So what comes with that territory is under the Community Redevelopment Act, there is a disposition of property of requirement because the property is owned by the city or the CRA. If the CRA owned property, you have to go through this RFP process. The RFP process is not like any other RFP process because it's in the redevelopment area. So some strategic forethought will be needed to be given to the RFP because you'll be requesting proposals that have to be consistent with the community redevelopment plan that has been adopted by the Community Redevelopment Agency, and has to be a redevelopment type like activity that would be supported under the plan. So there's a few other boxes to tick, but it's not unlike what you said, generally cities have to go through that kind of process. But leasing property in the CRA or selling property located within the CRA has to go through a special disposition process.
Okay. And then another question on that is, so we say this as leasing property, and really I see a couple of ways that could be done, but you correct me because I could be wrong since it's CRA, because really you could be leasing the property, or where we, are just saying, here, we're going to let you use our property. Or we could be having kind of a hybrid situation where we're saying, you're leasing our property, and a condition of this is that you provide us with maintaining the splash pad hours, maintaining the pickleball court services, taking care of gym services, and we could go in and specify what things we want. When I think of just leasing the property, it's just saying, here, you do it, and they choose. But could we have that hybrid situation where we define services within that lease?
There will absolutely be that hybrids that you speak of, because in order to do an RFP that I'm talking about, disposition of real property in a community redevelopment area, the city and the CRA board will have to prepare a very detailed request for proposals for a specific type of project that would be consistent with the redevelopment plan and activities. And the proposals would be submitted, evaluated, and undoubtedly there will be a contractual agreement. Could be like an operating agreement depending on what we're dealing with on the proposal.
Okay. And so would the same be applicable for the Nancy Hanson, since it's in the CRA development, even though we may not have used CRA funds to renovate it?
Yes.
We would still be able to apply those rules to Nancy Hanson, saying, we want you to provide services for equipment rentals or anything like that, and we want you to provide services to support Friday Fest or any of those things that are related to Nancy Hanson.
Yes.
Okay.
Under the case law interpreting that statute, even though Nancy Hanson was property that was, acquired and built and run without CRA funds, it's still going to be subject to the same disposition if it's a lease or a sale.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. All right. So that would, thank you, City Attorney. I had to know that. Because how we handle those things, it makes a difference too. So I appreciate that. And then, okay, that one I think I've got. Oh, okay. The other one was on this page of Molly's presentation, which is the summary expectations with the current proposed 4.5 mils. And with that one, we're talking about possibly having to refund $6,000 of fees that people have paid to join the community center, fees that have been collected already for Friday Fest and that sort of thing. But my question, and I guess this would be to, I guess it would be Anthony. Sorry,
Okay.
Anthony, I'm asking you everything today.
Can I clarify what that actually includes?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it does not include membership fees.
Okay.
That is not part of that membership fees. They sign paperwork saying when they register for annual or a monthly membership, it says non-refundable. So the city, unless Anthony tells me otherwise, is not responsible for that.
Okay.
What that figure includes is actually, as I noted, when this was due, I only had the 6,000 number in hand. It's now closer to 10.
Mm-hmm.
So that includes over $4,000 worth of facility rentals and also registrations for programs that are starting either next month or within the next couple days, and also all of the Friday Fest payments that have been taken through December.
Okay, thank you, Molly. And let's see, that just kind of got me off track here, but okay, so that's for the things that for people that have rented for Friday Fest, have rentals for the facilities. And I had sent an email asking about the pickleball tournaments and what we earn on those versus what it costs in staff time and that kind of thing. Did you happen to have that? I know you've been busy.
Right off the top of my head, what is not included in that $10,000 number right now is an invoice that could honestly be paid at any point for $712. And
Okay.
the staff time to do that rental is minimal.
Okay, for all those tournaments she had listed in that email.
That's not all the tournaments. Those are just the two coming up with the Nancy Hanson.
Okay, I was curious on all those tournaments because she emailed us and gave us a list of tournaments for the whole year that were going to be in C5 as well as Nancy Hanson.
Yeah, I was only able to get the Nancy Hanson numbers because I've been
Okay, if you
doing
could
the-
provide those to us later, that'd be helpful too.
Because that is basically tied into the rental fees because they're renting the building. They're
Right.
renting the facility.
Okay.
So.
Okay. And then, let's see, okay. All right, and then my other question I think is back to you, Anthony. So if we looked at leasing this, I keep hearing we just close the doors and walk out and everybody has to be out of the picture with their services with the C5 or with the Nancy Hanson, and it'll be closed down for a while is what I've heard here today. Is there any reason we can't look at the millage rate with a period of service for that location to continue until we negotiate contracts so that our citizens do not lose services?
Theoretically, sorry. Theoretically, of course. I mean,
Okay.
If to go through the disposition process, I mean, that has to be published in the newspaper. It has to stay open for at least 30 days. My experience is going to be longer. So, I mean, if you want to transition into some other arrangement, and in the interim basis, fund some general operating expenses for the facility out of millage, certainly you can do that. The council can do that.
And that would, I mean, so we could definitely just include a portion of those costs for the year. And, you know, the thing that's difficult for me looking at this and the millage rate and trying to set it is we can say we want to lease this. I have no idea what that looks like. I've not gotten one proposal or anything else, and I'm looking at numbers here. So how do I determine what cost it would be if I keep the staff or if I look at leasing? Because I have no comparison. I'm comparing this to nothing. And I don't want to take services away. So I was curious if we could do that, how it would work, and if we had the legal ability to do it that way instead of just closing the doors.
Certainly.
Okay. So that was one question, and I'm getting to the end of them, y'all. I'm sorry, I've been up here scribbling. Okay. All right. Okay. And then on page, well, this one says, summary and expectations of 3.85 mils or below. And this is, it says, all expectations from the previous summary slide, which was the shifting communications responsibilities and all this. So this would be to you, Molly. Sorry, I was trying to determine which part it was. It all looks the same. So on this slide that says diminished ability for the city to prepare for, respond to, plus recover from an emergency, on that, when we say recover from an emergency, can you give me a definition of what that is that we would be diminishing? Because we're looking at service levels, we want to look at that, I would think.
So when it comes to the recovery capacity, one of the many hats that I wear is I'm the Deputy Emergency Coordinator. And one of my core functions in that is all of the emergency communications that funnels through me. So communicating, our ability to communicate during, before, and after storms would be diminished. And then one of the other factors that would probably need to be considered when we are talking about, drafting an RFP is the community center was factored into the city's emergency response and recovery plans. It's a destination point, clearly not a shelter, because that doesn't make, doesn't make sense to keep people on an island when they shouldn't be on an island. But it is a destination point and a key part of the recovery process in terms of a centralized location for people to come, for us to distribute supplies, so on and so forth.
So
and Zach can speak to that even more.
Right. And I imagine that Zach is going to be ready when I get there, because we'll get to his page too. Okay. Thank you. That was the question I had on that. Wanting to make sure I understood that. And that's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for council for putting up with me through that.
That's great. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Willis?
Yes, Molly, and probably Joey as well. On the 4.5 mil for the facilities, C5, et cetera, if we were wanting to maintain services on those facilities, would we have to go above 4.5 to do that?
I believe so, because it would be a give and a take. If you want more service, it would cost more, so it would be a give and a take.
Okay, so we would either have to drop something else somewhere else, or we're going to have to go above 4.5 to make that happen for whatever period of time.
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. Natalie, if you don't mind, how often have we put our benefits out to bid, healthcare, et cetera?
Well, to my knowledge, I've only been here 2 years, and the city had not gone out to bid. So, which is why when we got the 45%, that was the first thing we did.
Okay.
Because we had talked about it last year about moving to the fiscal year, that would be something we would be looking at, just to make sure we were getting the best.
To your knowledge, in the past, when was it ever put out to bid? Never?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Have we looked at, I know that through the Florida League of Cities, there's the Florida Municipal Insurance Trust, and 11 municipalities in Brevard County subscribe to that.
Mhm.
Have we looked at possibly including Cape Canaveral in that?
Since coming on board here, no. I did use them for 14 and a half years at Cocoa Beach. It's a great agency as well.
Okay.
They're much larger, so you don't have the dedicated claims rep like we do now to expedite claims. Pidgeot, they have our institutional knowledge, for lack of a better word, so they're able to understand our city's needs. But if that is something, we need to go out for bid for that, Anthony?
The way it's typically done in practice, I mean, the city could solicit a proposal directly from FMIT.
Right.
Do it that way.
Well, I understand there's about 250 municipalities in Florida that participate, so.
Correct,
What,
there are.
what do they know that we may not? I'm just asking the question. So.
Honestly, I received the same level of service from both.
Okay, all right.
But like I said, Pidgeot's smaller, and again, we have a dedicated person I can go to each time we have a claim or an incident, and she expedites it for us.
Okay, all right, well, thank you.
We can look into it if you'd like.
I think it's worth at least seeing what
Yeah.
what the benefit would be, if any. And that's all
I
I've
think
got.
the main difference I've seen is they had a dedicated disaster response recovery team that came on site, but in speaking with Pidgeot recently, they also have those similar services through other vendors that they contract with, so.
Well, I noticed that the 11 municipalities in Brevard County, quite a few of them are smaller than us. So there's got to be some benefit possibly. So if we could explore that to some degree.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Willis. Councilmember Shoryak or Councilmember King?
A couple questions for Molly. For the different events, the Friday Fest, Paddle Battle, Monster Mash, Egg Hunt, Kids to Parks Days, can you give us like a ballpark what it costs each of those things, both fixed costs and labor?
You'll have to give me a second to pull those.
Sure. That was my only question, if we want to move on while Molly looks that up.
So for the Monster Mash Halloween party, what was budgeted for that prior was about $400 to $500 by the year. Friday Fest per event, about $1,700 to $1,800, so that's 10 events a year, so $18,000. And the pickleball tournament, about $2,900. And the pickleball tournament, for what it's worth, the first year that Marcy took over it, after I assumed kind of control, if you will, over the department, had a net profit of a little over $5,000, and that has increased $2,000 every year with no increase to the cost of the event.
Molly, what was that cost again? I'm sorry.
For which one?
For pickleball.
For the Space Coast Paddle Battle, that runs at about $2,900.
Thank you.
And the last event profited about 7,000 or 9,000, one of the two.
Would you mind just going through them one more time, please? I'm sorry, thank you. I got the paddle battle, $2,900.
Monster Mash Halloween Party between $400 and $500.
Thank you.
And then Friday Fest is about $18,000 a year, roughly.
18,000. Egg hunt?
Egg hunt, that's about 700.
And Kids to Park Day?
Kids to Parks Day, we usually can pull that together for about $200.
Councilmember Shoryak.
Thank you, Molly.
You're welcome.
That's all I have.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. My question is really directed to our attorney. Given the fact that we have hanging over our head Amendment 3, and I know that only 20% of our property owners here are homesteaded, which is a big sigh of relief, but nevertheless, given the fact that that could be a reality that we're dealing with, whatever we decide on this budget right now, do we have the ability to tweak that budget after the November election until January 1st and really fly spec the numbers again if Amendment 3 passes? It's an unusual circumstance.
Yes, Amendment 3 is an unusual circumstance, but under any circumstances, the city council can always revisit its budget during the fiscal year, if that's your question.
Okay, and I guess my follow-up to that would be, would it affect the millage rate during the course of that year?
No.
No, okay.
It would only be, as I understand it, it would commence with, in 2027-28.
Right.
Budget year for the first tranche of extra homestead exemption, and then the following year it would go up to another, what, 250?
250, right.
Homestead exemption.
And then we could adjust our budget and our millage rate at the next fiscal year, correct? If we wanted to lower the millage or if we had to raise it, we'd have that opportunity to do that then.
Right, you would have to go through the whole budget process that you're going through now.
Right.
Next year, you have to do it again, and you would be taking into consideration next year whether or not Amendment 3 has passed.
Right.
To set your millage, plus next year you'll be doing an extra exercise because the legislature wants local governments to do a shadow budget, I call it, of what the budget would look like with 10% reduction.
Okay, and that brings up another question. Thank you. I have to find it. 10%. If we asked our department heads, our directors, if you had to take another 10% off the top, if let's say we went to 4.5 millage and they took 10% off the top to get us there, I guess my question is generally to the directors, would they be able to do that, to go to 4.5? Or are you down to the bone right now?
So if I understand the question, if you're talking about taking an additional 10%
right
from the 4.5?
10% across the board with each department, taking 10% off, so that we could reach 4.5 and still be functional.
Go ahead.
I think the way to answer that is, it's kind of like at the 4.5 millage rate,
right.
We have X amount of expenses.
Right.
So if we took 10% off of that, then we'd have 10% less expenses. Then in that case, the millage rate would correspondingly potentially change, or other things could be changed. But I guess how I would look at it, it's more of they'd change. The millage rate will affect what we can afford to do. So then if we cut 10% off of the 4.5, in effect, we could go down to some number below 4.5 just to get this point across.
Okay, it's just theoretical. I just needed to know that. And my other question right now is really to the people who are here and the people who aren't here who might be watching us on the video. Are you willing to raise the millage rate and pay the increase in tax to keep the amenities that you all have said you really enjoy? And I think that's the question. It's not about what I want to do. It's about what you want to do. If you're willing to pay the extra taxes and have what we have now, and maybe save a few jobs in the interim. That seems to be the consensus that I'm getting by reading Nextdoor.com and hearing you folks come out here and talk about how much you enjoy the amenities and what it gives you such a sense of community. Are you willing to pay for it? And if you are, then maybe we can do some juggling around and make it happen. That was my question. That was my question. Oh, well, thank you. Vote for me. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. All right.
Okay.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Any other questions or statements, questions at this time?
No, I don't think so.
Great.
Okay.
I got a few questions, but I think I'm gonna hold all really good, and I know this is why we're here, to work through it and answer and understand what we're looking at so we can make the best decision. Councilmember Willis?
Yeah, I have another question that we probably haven't broached the topic on yet, but Joey, I asked you earlier about the CRA and how much employees' salaries are reimbursed from the CRA for their use in the CRA, and you said 10%. That to me seemed a little low compared to what we've seen over the last year or 2 years of development in the CRA. So how do you arrive at that 10% reimbursement from the CRA? Because if we're actually a little higher, then couldn't we be taking more out of the CRA in that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you are correct. We came to the 10% number because we thought roughly 10% of the employees that deal with the CRA, of the employees that deal with the CRA, roughly 10% of their time is dealing with things within the CRA. So that's why of the amount of a salary for an employee who deals with the CRA, if 10% is dealing with the CRA, then the CRA will reimburse that amount. As far as all the projects and things that happen in the CRA, all of that only comes out of the CRA. As far as if we can potentially look into raising the 10% amount of people's time, if it's higher, then we could look into that potentially.
Well, I mean, currently there's nothing tracked as against how much of, say, Tim Carlisle's time dealing with the CRA issue or a project within the CRA or any other person's time. Is any of that tracked?
No, at this point, no. Like in the payroll system, we do not track it hour by hour. No.
Okay, all right. It just seems to me that that's a very low number.
City Attorney?
Regarding CRA expenditures, I mean, CRA expenditures have to be for a CRA purpose, right? First and foremost, I think the council understands that. The CRA has to pay or should be paying its own cost for administration. So I think that's what you're alluding to. If there's a CRA project and it's being administered by city staff, then the administration costs incurred for that staff member to implement the CRA project is a legitimate CRA expense. It's not some just arbitrary percentage. It's based on administrative services provided to the CRA by city staff.
I understand that. That's why I asked if
Yeah, I think-
the time had been tracked. Because if we're not tracking that time,
I think the staff this year is really starting to hone in on that, obviously.
Right.
And I've consulted with them to give them some of the guardrails regarding, I think, in my opinion, they were legitimate CRA expenses that the city was subsidizing and the CRA has not been paying. But that, again, the exercise is related to legitimate CRA projects and expenses, right?
Right.
We need to be very careful on that,
Mhm.
but the CRA certainly should be paying its fair share of use of city resources, including but not limited to staff.
Mhm. Right.
Right.
Exactly. That's my point.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct.
I have a question with that. So, in knowing that, which is wonderful, because that means some of staff's time is subsidized by CRA that's coming from the county, and we're glad about that, right? Because there's a lot of taxes we don't get from them. But how do we budget it in with the CRA for the upcoming year then? When we have like CRA projects, is there an estimated time or percentage of time that we can put into this year's budget on the upcoming CRA projects? And what does that look like as far as percentage-wise? Because there's got to be some way to budget for it, right? Instead of budgeting in arrears, or are we budgeting for the past year's time? Or can we go ahead and budget forward?
I mean, that's a Joey question on the specifics of the budget, but with respect to administration costs of the CRA, that clearly should be a line item, in my view, a line item in the CRA budget, and I think it is, right?
Yeah, we're currently calling, I believe, contribution. It's definitely a line item of the amount that the CRA will give back to the general fund for the allocation of time, which is currently 10%. We'll look into it if it's more. And so we are budgeting for it for next year, roughly 10% of a number of employees' time that's spent with the CRA. And this current fiscal year as well, we're going to be, we will have those savings as well.
Okay, so, but in this that we're looking at with the examples with the millage, is that percentage already figured in with these examples that we're getting on millage? Or is that something that you have to add in?
In the backup that's been provided, all the numbers we are providing, it's already calculated.
Okay.
And yes, they do change as the millage rate changes. And
Okay, so you've already included that for this upcoming budget?
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Willis, that was a good...
Well, you've included it at 10%?
Yes.
Okay. I still think that's low.
We will look into it to see if there's any potential additional reimbursement.
Thank you.
My one question, I think, at this time, I got a few more, but want to definitely hear from the public, is on the, we got it seen in the presentation, the impacts, but when this is included in the budget, that spreadsheet, thank you so much, that was provided, the one with the column title at 4.5, are the changes that we saw in this presentation included in the 4.5 column?
It should remain consistent because the bottom line is at the 4-point line, if that's kind of the starting point.
Yeah, column L there. Sorry, go ahead.
If 4.5 is the starting point, then to go down to the columns to the right, it would require an additional, I believe it was 1.4 millions in cuts. And then from the 4.5 to rollback would require about 1.9 million total, yes. So it is consistent because the idea is if the starting point is that 4.5 millage, then we have the difference between there and going to a lower millage would provide the city with less money to work with. So therefore, the city would have to adjust. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, so that roughly 3 million is obviously the 4.5, and that's a few million higher than the 6.5.
And it does, so the revenues change, but so do the expenses to the CRA. And so that's where the net effect takes place.
So if we were to scroll down to the total revenue, if you go down just a little bit, and might even hide that header up there in the far right arrow that collapses, go up. Yeah, almost there. Go, keep going up over to the right, that little arrow pointing up. Oh, nope, down, right there. Oh, right there. Yep, there you go. Thank you. Okay. So, yep, good. All right, so the total revenue at the 4.5, we know roughly 9.3 million would come from ad valorem taxes, and the total after all the other revenues would be 18.8 million. That's what I'm seeing.
Correct. All the revenues combined would be that 18.3 million.
And so that's
Or
about
18.8.
50% of the total revenue would come from ad valorem tax, which is, I think, an increase. I think we're at 40% today. But the expenditure, well, the first question I have, and it's going to be the same for expenses, and this is it. Out of that 18.8, ad valorem is reoccurring revenue. What amount of the 18.8 is reoccurring revenue that we can rely on as opposed to one time or maybe wouldn't meet that classification? And if you don't have that now, that's, I think, a really good one. Maybe circle back.
Yes, very good question. I don't have that with the numbers we have in front of us right now, but I can, it's well above the vast majority, 90%. Is
Reoccurring?
Those numbers we're looking at are the reoccurring. We have a few grants, I believe 150,000.
Right.
Some other kind of more one-time things, but I can calculate the exact recurring numbers and send those to you.
Yeah, and just an estimate, and I think that's exactly right. Would transfers, like we were talking about the CRA, and you said contribution, CRA being Fund 106, I think, detailed on the, is that, I'm seeing that's a substantial, I mean, that's like, in this particular one, 55,000, almost $1 million. Is that what we were just talking about?
That is a very good example. That would not be reoccurring because that is related to a debt payment that the CRA gives money to the general fund, and then the general fund pays it out. And next year is the last year of a debt payment. So next year would be the last year that occurs. So then it's not necessarily reoccurring.
Okay. So, yeah, I think when you just get an estimate of the number on the revenue, and then really the same question, if we scroll down to the very bottom line of a row to the expenditures, if you, on the spreadsheet, go all the way down to the bottom, and if we add up all the expenditures, I'm assuming this is going to be balanced. And this is just general fund, right? Yeah.
Correct.
So it was column L. So there it is, 18.8 million. The expenditures just below it. So no deficit, right? That's a balanced budget. In the past, we received budgets that appeared to be balanced, but because there was non-reoccurring revenue. So what I'd like to ask is, what are the reoccurring expenditures compared to the reoccurring revenues, and is that balanced? And it, I think that's it for me now. So not a lot of CIPs, but that's an example of a non-reoccurring, right? It's a one-time expense. That's it for now, I think. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem?
I have one more question about the CRA. So we know we haven't captured the administration of that. How far back has that been that we haven't captured that administration of that?
The current fiscal year we're in right now is the first year we are charging for administrative expenses.
Okay, so, city attorney, here I go. Can I go back and capture the administration all the way back to when the community center was built? Because it had CRA funds involved, right? Can I go back and get that money?
I don't know. I'd have to think about that one a little bit more because, I mean, those are just years that have gone by where, frankly, you know, the city elected to do that and not, you know, as the CRA was created and starting to generate income and revenue, TIF revenue, the city didn't impose and the CRA did not pay for those types of expenses for those past budget years. So.
And I understand that, but I'm in extraordinary times, so I want to know if I can do that statutorily with the CRA. I want to go back to the community center and get our administration money. But even if we go back to Cape Center, I'd be happy.
Well, administrative, just so we're clear, and Joey, maybe you can even chime in if necessary, but administration money is not the city personnel that are operating the community center.
No, I understand that.
So
it's
there's
the staff time that it took to administer the CRA project, correct?
It's staff time that administers CRA projects. It's staff time that helps with the general operation of the CRA and preparing the budget and all that stuff. There are also, just so you know, there are some limitations on the portion of the county's TIF revenue that can be used for administrative services. The county has capped that amount of use of CRA revenue in the interlocal agreement between the CRA city and the county. So, you know, there are limitations on the county portion of the TIF revenue.
I would just love to know if there's any of it on recent projects that were not captured that we could recapture, you know, that we could go back. And that I know would take you time to really look at it.
I can talk to Joey and staff and go back and look at some of that. But as Joey indicated, this year, the city is capturing the CRA's fair share of paying for staff time.
Okay, and let me know if I need to go to some county meetings.
That's not going to help you in this regard.
Okay. Just thought I'd suggest, but I would be happy. I'd be like, you know, with this being an extraordinary circumstance, if we can get any of our past administration money, I'd be happy. So if you could check on that, I'd appreciate it.
Good thought.
Question, how much are we getting from that this year?
I don't know this current year off the top of my head, but I know next year, since we're budgeting for it. For next year, it's about, I want to say, slightly over 100,000.
Wow. Okay, thank you. Good idea, okay?
And some of that's not just staff salary and benefits, like the proportionate share. It goes to overhead operating expenses too, right?
Right.
Now, as you can see, it's not a small number. I mean, but it's something. That's
But every
across.
little bit that we can get for anything like that, to me, is a win-win. So if you wouldn't mind talking with Joey about it and seeing if we can get anything at all, that just helps us go farther with trying to do something in this situation. Thank you.
Any other questions at this time? Sure there'll be more.
I don't have a question. I have a suggestion. we're looking for revenue outside of ad valorem taxes. Why don't we look into the possibility, and I got this idea from East Central Florida Regional Planning Council. I serve on the executive board, and I heard a presentation by Seminole County. And it is a tourism improvement district, which is separate than the tourism tax that the county currently collects. And I'm sure the city attorney is going to keep me between the ditches here. But what they've done, they've gone to the hotels in Seminole County and have enlisted them into this tourism improvement district because the hotels are dependent upon a vibrant city. And if we want to remain a vibrant city, we need the tourism and we need the input and the finance from these hotels. We could solicit from the hotels to contribute $1 a stay per day. Now, we're looking at probably, I think it's 1,500 plus rooms. So this is just numbers off the top of my head. So annually at $1 a day, we're looking at around $361,000 from the hotels. Now we would have to solicit them to participate in this. That would be something I am more than happy to go and try to do. I would meet with any hotel owner. Can't meet with the manager, you have to meet with the owner, because they would just pass that through for each one of their stays. On top of that, we could go to the port and ask them, because the port relies upon a vibrant community as well. They do not want to see a community in decomposing around them, which if we're starting to close down things, that's possibly what's going to happen. I'm happy to meet with commissioners, anyone, to put this idea forward and get that, because if we did $1 per head, to your original suggestion, Mr. Mayor, we're looking at possibly $9.3 million annually. So, and if the port didn't want to pony up $1, if they even ponied up 50 cents a head, that's over $4.5 million. So I am more than willing to expend whatever energy, whatever connections that I have to go and talk and preach to them the need for helping Cape Canaveral out, because we bear the brunt of so much of what happens in the port. And I think it would be well worth us to make that effort. I don't want to just talk about it, I want to go do it. And I've already made inquiries to some commissioners about sitting down and talking. I've made inquiries to a couple of hotel owners about sitting down and talking, and I'm happy to do it. I just would need the council's blessing. So I'm ready to go.
That's great. I'm trying to document really everything. So at the end, one of the goals is to give clear direction. A lot of times we'll get through these meetings, and the end, it's all right. Well, let's recap. And so I've captured, I think, some of the things that we can come back to, and try and set some plans into place, or at least pursue those. So thank you.
Well, let me add to that this is already being done in Seminole County, Daytona Beach, and Tampa. And it is not run through the county. The county doesn't collect these funds. These are contributions from the hoteliers and from the port. So it's not a tax.
Mm-hmm.
It is an investment in their community, in their neighbors, and to ensure that we present a very good face to the people that are coming to partake of their services. So.
Excellent, thank you. Council got some cards up here. Any comments before we go to the public? Very helpful. We'll come back and we can keep working through it. All right, if you joined us, I don't know if anyone came in after, but if you do intend to speak, we're about to open that up, and we do ask you please fill out a card. And if you did speak earlier, I still got your cards up here, and so no need to, I think, fill it out twice. But the first one I have here, and I should recap, 3 minutes is it's a green light, yellow light goes, we got about 30 seconds left, and a red one is we're wrapping up. Sir, I saw you standing up. Do you need to go? I'm sure okay. And if, the first one I have is Mr. Brad Prevel. Brad?
Excuse me, Ms. Natalie, HR is very hard. Where is she? She just left. That was a great HR presentation. That was a Fortune 100 presentation. And I've worked with Fortune 100 companies. I wrote this prior. Mayor and council, city manager, staff, and fellow residents. After reviewing today's public agenda, I have one immediate reaction. This is not a good optic for Cape Canaveral. We are discussing eliminating between 35 and 67% of our general fund workers. These aren't numbers on a spreadsheet. These are our neighbors and friends. Many live right here in Cape Canaveral. They have families, mortgages, children, and a goal to retire in a flourishing community. And they're the people who maintain our city, enforce our codes, operate our recreation programs, support our events, and serve our residents every day. So I have one fundamental question. How did we get here? If we read October 25, the Canaveral Explorer magazine, the message to our citizens, we were told that property taxes had again been reduced below the state rollback rate while the city continued progressing on stormwater safety and community service. Meanwhile, our revenue would be decreased. The city during this time, the city was looking forward to the Friday Fest, Trunk or Treat, National Night Out, and activities at the C5 building. Less than 1 year later, we are discussing a completely different Cape Canaveral. At 4.5 mil, general fund staff falls from 43 employees to 28. At 3.5, only 18 remain. At rollback rate, only 14 remain, a 67% decrease. No general fund for public recs community PRCA employees. One infrastructure maintenance employee, eliminating Friday Fest, all civic events, possibly closing our parks and leasing out facilities. One person is left to help maintain an entire city. I do not believe dismantling Cape Canaveral should be our financial recovery plan. We've discussed paid parking, a solid waste fee, recreational fees that Mr. Willis brought up, leasing or potentially disposing of city assets. My question is, what does each of these options actually generate in dollars, and have we put that down? Put the numbers in front of the citizens and then give us a roadmap. I recognize that the city manager, Mr. Touchberry, is facing extremely difficult decisions. Eliminating positions is never easy, right or wrong. He is confronting the financial reality before him, as a leader should. Now council must demonstrate that same leadership.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Kerry Herndon.
Hi, my name is Kerry Herndon. I live at 300 Columbia Drive, Unit 2308. I'm born and raised in Miami. My wife and I moved here 4 years ago as refugees from Miami and have really fallen in love with the community. My late wife now was a village council member down there, and so I have enormous sympathy for where you're at. I've seen this picture, only she was on the city council or village council with a place that had a lot of money and made an awful lot of difference. I really had come here because I was very, very much in support of the Parks and Rec, and I personally benefit greatly, and I have made a tremendous number. That's where I've made all of my friends that I have here in the community. It's a wonderful place, and it's utterly tragic that we are at this place. And I don't have any immediate solutions. I did build my business in Homestead, Florida, where the great city manager, Alex Muxo, was able to extract millions of dollars in hotel taxes to build a huge sports complex and fund its operation. I don't know how he did it. I mean, I'm not even sure that Dade County was too happy about it at the end of the day, but he was able legally to do it. It was quite clever. I don't have guidance to give you, but I will tell you that I thought I was going to rent here for the rest of my life, but seeing as a businessman what's happening in the space industry, and this community has gone like this based on the space industry. The space industry is doing this right now. I put a bid on a unit today because I know the value of all the stuff I'm renting now is going like that. And it's going to happen pretty soon, but that's pretty soon is not soon enough for this situation. So I wish you the best of luck, and I wish there was something I could do to help with this. But I think there are creative solutions, and I begin to hear some of them, and I would suggest that maybe you reach out to some people that are very business-oriented in the community, because what I learned in building a company from nothing to 500-plus employees is that all of us are always smarter than any of us. And there are so many, the only unlimited resource we have on earth is human creativity. And I think there must be a creative solution rather than what was described as this degradation of our community. This is a fabulous, wonderful community. And we're just going through a tragic situation. Thank you so much.
Betsy Ronk.
My name is Betsy Ronk, and I live at 7048 Sevilla Court. I've owned this property in Cape Canaveral for 14 years. I watched the last budget meeting recording, and I'd like to address some of those items. But first, after watching the presentation today, I have a question that I think the public needs to know. If the budget continued to include all of the expenditures of, let's say, this current fiscal year, plus regain our needed reserve amount, what would the needed millage rate need to be? I think this is information that needs to get out there to the public because they're seeing the cuts at a 4.5, but what is actually being required of us if we want to say we still want everything we have, what would I have to pay? And people need to know that. As to the prior meeting, I have some notes here. I'd like to address the situation with Park and Rec. Back when the C5 was built, the possibility was discussed to outsource the building and have it managed by an entity experienced in running such a facility. But the city staff at the time opted to keep it in-house. By so doing, it became the attitude of residents that this is a city benefit that should be free or cheap. Calling it the community center also brought with it the unfortunate impression to Cocoa Beach residents that this was also for their use. Many even believe that this is under the control of the county. For many years, some board members, the CLS board members, continually brought up the issue of the need for revenue to offset the massive expenses.
But those concerns did not sit well with city staff, and it was tabled. Since this area is a nice to have, but not a necessary area of the city to manage in hard times, I support the effort to outsource the buildings to have them run by entities that can run them efficiently and with experience. I would hope that at least the C5 and Nancy Hansen properties could be retained by the city and that the leasing of the property could cover the cost of the maintenance. Possibly in the future, things could also change, but then tightening our belt, the nice to haves sometimes have to go. Also, there was a discussion at the last budget meeting of scaling back on city employees' benefits. I believe it was within the last few years that these benefits were renegotiated. I would suggest that some of those benefits should be rolled back temporarily. I worked in the private sector for 40 years and saw many lean years when the company had to cut back on benefits or increase costs of benefits to employees. Somehow, though, when spending the people's money, government employees never want to vote themselves any decreases. They may have paid slightly less in this city than other communities around us, but then we're the smallest community in the area also. Is it better to let more people go just to pad your own benefits? In lean times, I would hope that we have hired dedicated employees that are willing to do what is best for the people in this community.
Thank you. Lee Visidomini.
Lee Visidomini, 421 Lincoln Avenue, Cape Canaveral. I'm a resident. I've been here since 1989. I've been through, how did we get the rec center? We stood in the Radisson. There was a map. Where would you like these make-believe things? It's just a pretend thing. My granddaughter was 2. She's now 18. It wasn't pretend. We marched forward with these goals, with these lofty goals. There were city council people who said, we can't afford this. What about the electricity, the air conditioning? It passed. We are now in dire straits. 500 may not mean much to you, but if you have an apartment and your apartment building gets a $500 or $1,000, your rents go up. Your rents, we're complaining we have no low-income rents. Well, if our taxes go up, so does the rental property. So there goes all your workers from all of your restaurants. They're moved to Port St. John. They get jobs over in Port St. John. I feel that let's go back into a line-by-line budget cut. Keep your employees, but make them do the deep cuts. We could do without something sometimes. Keep your employees, have them cut. I worked as a teacher. I know how. I did my budget. We had to go up 10% every year. Okay? Our employees right now make more money than a 10-year teacher at start. Teachers pay for their own benefits. How do I know this? My daughter-in-law is a teacher here in Brevard County. I love my city. I go to most events, and I don't want to take a nosedive. I believe in this man. He knew he was coming into a tough position. You know that I supported Todd, and I thought that he was doing a good job. Obviously, I made an error. However, if this is a gentleman that you people chose to lead our city, let him be a leader and take his staff and make them do the right thing and make the cuts and keep each other's jobs. That's what I would do if I was the leader. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Houston. While Mr. Houston's coming up, anyone who spoke earlier, as promised, would any of you like to speak again now that we've spoke? Okay, Dr. Roberts, Al? Okay, great. I'll make sure to get your cards. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Houston.
Yeah, Jim Houston, 502 Jackson Avenue, past 23 years, 605 Monroe for about 10 years, 7650 Ridgewood for several years. So I've been paying taxes here for a number of years, close to 40-something years. Tax increases don't bother me for what we get for them. And if you take a look
at your benchmark millage percentages, you know, today, 4.5, 3.58, 3.25, et cetera, and then look beyond look back quite a few years. I looked at mine this morning, starting with 2015. Our rate was at 3.4797. It went up as high as 3.955 in 2017. You know, and then it stayed up there with a 3.6, 3.5 upwards to 2021. And then we had a few. It's like a roller coaster. Last year, it's at 3.2. So having it go up to 4.5 for me is, I'm willing to pay. It's not a lot of money, okay, for me. Now, I'm sure there are people out there that could be a lot. For me, the increase takes me from last year up $310, you know. Having said that, for those that don't know, Brevard County property appraiser taxes, you can get on a 4 installment plans per year payment plan, which is helpful, very helpful. I've done it before, and I don't need to do it now, but it helped me back when I needed it. So for those that don't know, that's a good thing to know. Good thing to know, I think. Let's see if there's anything else for me to say here. That's what I wanted to speak to, was the millage rate, property taxes. Was there something else on there, Wes? I forget.
Millage rate and Brevard City property tax quarterly payment plan. I think you nailed it.
Yeah, I nailed it. Okay. On a side note, real quick, to sub out certain services, or you know, whatever Kay talked to it, relative to you know, going out for bids, request for proposals. Very specific scopes of work for specific bid packages is very, very important. Having been a former contractor and involved with the aerospace business and doing that for 35 years, very specific scope of work, bid packages. Hopefully you'll get equal bids, you know, and under the FAR requirements out on the port, out on the base, the federal acquisition.
Thank you.
10% was where we were looking at.
Got a new card, Robert, I believe Slane. Robert, you with us? Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Slane, 605 Manatee Bay, Cape Canaveral. First, thank you for serving. It's a thankless job. I've done boards before. You're never going to please everybody, and you're going to make everybody upset. But thank you for your service. Y'all were put in this position by consequences of others, and you're having to deal with it, and that's not an easy situation. This is triage at this point. I mean, you've got to spend on what you can, not what you want to have. We all have wants, and we all have needs. We fulfill our needs before we fulfill our wants. One person indicated, you know, with this 4.5% millage rate, maybe we can ask our residents to pay a little more if that's what they want. But deciding that for us is not asking us. That's telling us what we're going to do. If you want to ask, put it to a citywide vote, or ask for private donations. It's still allowed. The hotel idea is a good idea. If we can come up with a proper way to approach that, the port idea is a great idea. If you want, there's not one single revenue solution on this. This is a multifaceted diamond. You're going to need it everywhere you can find it, and dollars and cents matter every point. Ultimately, you have the difficult job of figuring out what the plan is to restore the reserve and how long is that going to take. Those are items we still don't know, and they're hard to address, but thank you for doing that.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Roberts, please come forward. Thank you.
Sean, thank you so much. I applaud you all for looking at this. Staff's done a great job of doing the analysis and so forth. I really appreciate the revenue generation options that you all are looking at, because it's very creative, out of the box, not normal for us to be looking at, and I think there's a huge potential there for us to modernize our approach to the way we are as a city and to really preserve the preciousness of our community by looking at these revenue sources. They're extremely substantial. As Councilmember Willis mentioned, other counties are dealing with, or other municipalities are dealing with similar challenges, and they're being very creative and progressive in the interest of the quality of their communities. And I think Cape Canaveral is just it's the only one in the world that does what we do. And I think to preserve the specialness of it is such a call to action right now. And I appreciate the leadership each of you are offering to play in doing that, to preserve us. It's not the easiest road, but it is one that I think is a timely and much needed role, is to exert leadership from council now to reach out to others that can bring resources into us right now. Also, Airbnbs, if I could mention short-term rentals, I understand that our comparative fees are low relative to other communities, and I think that's another opportunity for us to maybe preserve the residential quality of our community and maybe push back on the Airbnb community that seems to find our community very, very intriguing and inviting. So I just wanted to mention that. But thank you for your leadership. I really respect each one of you for taking the initiative and reaching out to help generate revenues for our city so it won't be so painful for our community, and it will protect the preciousness of our community as the only one in the world that has this opportunity. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Al Visadomini. And while Mr. Visadomini's coming up, was there anyone else that I missed? Thank you all for participating. Very helpful.
Al Visadomini, 421 Lincoln Avenue, Cape Canaveral. I think everybody wants the same thing basically, but I think what the divide is the fact that the city council has to come up with something within our budget. Our budget exploded in the last 2 or 3 years, and now we have to pay the price of trying to get it back, keep as many of the facilities and people we have working, and also shrink this budget down enough so that we can also get our reserve back. And I have a question for the city council. At this 4.5, how much of the reserve is going to be put back? And after we do this for the next year, what is our projections for how much more money we're going to have to put back into this reserve? Like basically, how long are we going to have to keep all the cuts that we're saying? Or is it going to be something that's ongoing where this is it? Or is it, and will we be ever back to our $30 million budget or some budget comparable to other small cities like us? That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Make sure to address that question. With that, that's all the cards I have. Please raise your hand if I missed you. If not, thank you again. We're going to go ahead and close public participation, bring it back to the council. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
I had some questions for our city attorney on the tourism investment district. So to implement a tourism investment district like Seminole has, as Councilmember Willis mentioned, do we have to have that document written similar to the Economic Opportunity Overlay District, or would it be a portion of the Economic Opportunity Overlay District would it be a separate district, or would it be a modification of the Economic Opportunity Overlay District?
Okay. I can only give you one example off the top of my head, but the Seminole County Tourist Improvement District, okay, is a special assessment district. My understanding is they do charge a special assessment. So a special assessment was set up specifically for hotels, I think with 60 or more rooms, and they pay a certain dollar amount per nightly rental of the room. However, it is a special assessment. It's based on promoting additional tourism and providing additional services related to enhancing tourism within that special assessment district. And I think they have like an advisory board that is formed, made up of the hotel owners. And so it is a funding mechanism. It's for a specific purpose, and that's to enhance tourism.
Mm-hmm.
Not to pay just like routine county expenses. It's a tourist special assessment.
Right.
Yeah.
So when you're setting this up, since that's a special assessment and a special taxing district, I would think that you as the city attorney would have to set up the special taxing district, and then we vote it in and go through our hearings on it.
There would be multiple ordinances that would be involved. There would be a study involved. It's not going to be unlike, it's a different type of assessment, but as you know, the council directed that we commence exploring a fire assessment, right?
Right.
For next fiscal year, and that is well underway now.
Mm-hmm.
So it's similar in to that approach, but for a completely different purpose. And not, it's not countywide, it's only related to, hotels is my understanding.
So really, for this budget that has to be finalized by September 30th, this wouldn't bring us anything for this particular budget, but we would probably want to look at going forward with that in order to bring in revenue for the next budget. Is that correct?
Yes, it would be something for next fiscal year. But again, it's a special assessment. It's a special, there's a lot involved in that, because it has to be special benefits to the property that are being assessed.
Okay.
So,
and so you can restrict it to only hotels within that district and not the other businesses within that district, since it's a special assessment?
that's the way they set it up.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, that's my general understanding, but the city inherently has special assessment authority, right, to impose special assessments to recover costs for special benefits that are provided to real property. So they can be set up in a variety of different ways for a variety of purposes. That authority exists generally. That's my understanding what the county relied on in Seminole. It's the general special assessment legal mechanism for that purpose, for their enhanced tourism and imposing a special assessment on the hotels.
Right. So it wouldn't really more or less be $1 per person unless we just kind of made an average of what that assessment was going to be and determined what it would be for hotels and then charge that. Is that correct? Or is there a mechanism for billing and accounting for where they would be?
The mechanism on any special assessment, and we're going to go through this with the fire assessment, is to like come up with the special benefit to the property, and then you have to proportionally allocate the money that you anticipate costing, right, or imposing to recover costs. So that's that approach, but there's no set methodology for special assessments.
Okay.
It's just it is open to some level of creativity, but there are legal requirements on how you impose the fee or the assessment that you're trying to recover.
Okay. I was curious how that worked with the accounting and whether it would apply to this year's budget, which...
It doesn't apply it wouldn't apply, it's too late to set up a special assessment for this year. But that's why, as I presented last meeting, how strategically important it was if the city was inclined to consider a fire assessment, we have to go through certain steps which is to set up as a placeholder the collection mechanism that you're referring to. That collection mechanism is putting it on non-ad valorem tax, right, and using the tax collector, right, to collect that kind of revenue.
And then with the fire assessment, that fire assessment going forward, we would have a set bill because we don't have our own fire department. We use Cape Canaveral Fire Department. So that assessment will always equal what their bill is to the city?
We talked about that, and right now, your fire assessment, your fire department is paid completely out of the general fund through millage rate.
Okay.
Right, so the city's gonna explore next, in the coming months, doing a fire assessment. That's going to be an opportunity to fund the fire department a different way. We talked about at last meeting, it could be a partial or a full assessment, so the city might be able to take out a portion of the contract price from the millage rate and assess, or the city council could decide that the best thing to do is take the complete contract cost of the fire department and assess it and take it out of the millage rate.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, that makes sense. And then, so on this special tourism district, taxing district, so how long do you think that with the fire, we had to start in September to get that going. So are there any special situations that say if you want to use it next year, like this one was with the fire assessment, that you all need to get on it soon?
I don't think the urgency is there as much as it would be for the fire, because you're talking about a limited special assessment. So it's something that the city can start exploring, but it's not. I don't think, in my mind, it's not as urgent because fire assessment applies citywide. So you need a collection mechanism to collect citywide.
Right.
If the city was inclined to do a tourist development district for like hotels and those types of like tourism businesses, the amount of people to collect from or businesses to collect from is far less than trying to collect from every property owner in the city. So
okay,
there are other collection mechanisms to deal with a smaller special assessment than non-ad valorem assessment rolls.
Okay, and then my last question on this, because I wanted to understand this, because I think it's definitely something we need to look into. What, if we did this as a city, are there any conditions that we would be bound to as far as having to provide any service or anything different as a city if we set this up? Or is it just, we just set it up and tax them?
The tourist, you're talking about the...
Yeah.
Yes, the city would have to provide some special service, not routine services. It's the way Seminole County set it up, it's to provide additional services to enhance tourism. It wasn't set up to recover routine expenditures or impacts that those hotels may be having on general infrastructure.
So we'd have to look at what we're going to provide if we were going to use that tax.
Absolutely.
Okay. I just wanted to understand what we're looking at. I was hoping we could move that forward quickly, but if it won't go till next year, it doesn't go till next year. So thank you. That was my questions on it.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes, the special assessment was $1.75 assessment per available room. I spoke with Gui Kuna, who set up the Tourism Improvement District. And I've also reached out to the company that helped them develop the Tourism Improvement District, which was Civitas. And I've reached out to the Vice President of Operations based in California who wrote the plan for them. Yes, it would take a little while to happen, but according to Mr. Kunha in Seminole County, they are not required specifically on how those funds are dispersed. That was his statement to me. And that the Tourism Improvement District that is set up in Tampa in the Ybor area was limited to just that area, but in Daytona Beach, it was primarily throughout. So I think it's worthwhile. It may not be an immediate impact, but I think we should explore it and move forward trying to do something to get some contributions from our hotels and from the port. If we don't do it now, we're just pushing everything back an additional year. So I'm willing to reach out and discuss it with Civitas and further with Seminole County and Tampa and Daytona Beach as well.
Excuse me, Mayor, how quickly are you willing to speak to them? And the reason is we would need to know what such an assessment study would cost.
Civitas has already offered to discuss it with me on Monday.
So you're talking about making it a this fiscal year project, like we're doing the fire assessment?
If it's possible.
We would definitely need to know a number.
Yes, of course.
A question on the, I didn't clarify, the reoccurring, I had done some math to the point, I think, I did this prior and I just found, I think, when we subtract out, like in the, I don't have the, I guess I got the original budget that was proposed with basically, it's actually below the rollback rate because we didn't know it at that time, slightly less. So it looks like the reoccurring revenue is, like if you add up what I'm calling fees, charges, taxes, the things that continue, it's about 14.5 million based on that original rate. And so I'd probably add 3 million or so because that 4.5 ad valorem, so it'd be, I guess, 16, 17. To your point, maybe easier said, pull out the 161,000 in grants, remove the 570,000 in contributions, and then remove the 955,000 in transfers, minus that 18. But I think, sound like a safe estimate? Basically, 1.6 million from the 18. So to your point, the majority is reoccurring. I think what's harder to answer is that the expenditures should be less CIPs. That's a really important balance that I think the council needs to know, and I don't think that's an exercise that historically, if it's like what are we doing differently, I think that's really important that we can say, do the reoccurring expenses or revenues cover the reoccurring expenses? Because in the past, as our city manager and city director pointed out, the deficits did not appear to be happening because a grant or a contribution or a transfer or loan proceeds, non-reoccurring funds would balance the budget, but the operating and personnel, that was a problem of not having enough non-reoccurring revenues for reoccurring expenditures.
Mm-hmm.
Is that?
Yes, that is correct.
So I think that's the first major task that I speak for myself to get comfortable with, because then we have a plan that is sustainable, and we can begin to restore the reserves. Is there any knowledge of what those expenses are? I don't know if you've had enough time or if that's something you have to get back on a future date. But
The recurring expenditures for the rolled back rate, I actually would have in front of me.
Okay.
Because it will all change depending on the millage rate, because as the numbers change, then the following expenditures would change as well. But looking in front of me, I have the rollback numbers.
Was this the June 30th or the actual rollback? I guess it would be one of these columns in that spreadsheet.
The number I'm looking in front of, the number I'm looking at in front of me is not one of the reports that council has.
Okay. But it's the 3.2546? Is that the rollback?
Yes, I believe that's the rollback number.
Okay, that's great. We do have this one that you prepared, the big one printed, but I understand what you're saying. Go ahead. Thank you.
For all of the budgets that we have,
Yep.
we do a snapshot of the general fund expenditures, and it is fairly easy, if we have that snapshot, to just add personnel and operating.
Mhm.
Therefore, those are the recurring expenditures. And those combined are about 14 million, slightly over 14 million at the rolled back rate.
Okay.
But I would also add that will change as the revenue changes, because we match the expenditures to the revenue. I think it would be more, it would be better to find the recurring revenues and then base the expenditures off the recurring revenues.
Okay, so total expenditures on that rollback rate, according to this revenue and expenditure history report, is showing 16,400,000. And if it's a little over 14, that means there's about 2.5 million of non-reoccurring expenditures. Rough numbers.
And also one thing to point out is it depends how we define a recurring, because we do a transfer to the CRA, and that is recurring for, I believe, the next 20 or 15 years. As the CRA exists, that will recur for the next 15 years. So if we include that, that'll add however much that would be, and that does change as the millage rate changes.
I understand that. I think that's a reality that we need to know. And maybe it's separate, but it is reliable if the rate is right and the transfer can support it adequately. In the 4.5 mil, so we don't really know yet what the reoccurring expenditures for the 4.5 millage would be. We know that the revenues are about 17. And the presentation was heavily focused on personnel. Our city manager spoke about making reductions in non-personnel. Do we have just a basic overview or summary or total of how many non-personnel, what the total non-personnel reductions were in expenditures?
Can you clarify non-personnel? Non-essential?
Yeah, operating supplies, materials.
Oh, non-personnel, gotcha.
Yeah, just basically not anything that, they might be reoccurring, printer, ink, promotional activities, those things.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the difference in front of me. Operating expenditures from the 4.5 to the rolled back rate went down almost $400,000.
And operating does not include the personnel.
Correct, yes.
So the 4.5 has 18.8 million in expenditures?
I believe so.
And you just helped share that we would reduce 400,000 to go down to the rollback rate?
In
In
operating, not including personnel, from that 4.5 rate, which had, I think, the 18.8, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
18.8 million to the rolled back rate, which the new budget would balance at about 16 million. To get there, we did reduce the operating expenditures by almost 400,000.
And do we know what the personnel reductions totaled to that same rate?
Yes, but it would take me a second to pull up that spreadsheet.
Okay, I think, and we're talking from 4.5 to roll back. There are and should be recognized, the original budget had 20 million in total expenditures, reoccurring, non-reoccurring, operating personnel. And so there's been, through a variety of ways, reductions there. And I think it does make sense to focus on where we are at this trim rate and so are there any other, I guess, talking about non-personnel expenses, what remains, and are there any opportunities to reduce meaningfully any non-personnel? Just as an example, I mean, at the 4.5 mil.
I would say no at this point. We've reduced it as much as we can, because to take even a step back, how we looked at this whole kind of cutting process is from three categories: capital, operating, and then personnel.
Okay.
In that order, from easiest to hardest, in order to cut. Capital, we've moved out a lot of capital. Then we looked at our operating expenditures, moved out many operating expenditures. And then when we had nothing else to save, that is when we started looking at personnel. So personnel is our last option to look at. And to make the budget balance at this point, we do have to release a good amount of personnel to balance a budget.
Okay, thank you. The just a second here on the slide that shows that 4.5 mil, basically where we are, still eliminated 10 PERCA positions. Parks and Rec, facility operations, city events, and other services. So what does, I get the slide, that what does that actually preserve at 4.5 mil?
I'd like to take that. So it preserves 5 positions in PARCA. We will not be running the facilities, but those positions that are remaining will be able to continue to maintain those facilities, the grounds that are relevant to those facilities, and 2 additional staff, the director and another staffer, to be able to maintain all of the media, all of the facility lease agreements. If we're not going to operate the facilities, but we're going to lease them out, somebody's going to have to manage that process, who occupies them, maintaining that, overseeing those facilities from that standpoint. If we go below 4.5, then we, as the next millage rate indicates, if we fall somewhere between 4.5 and 3.5, then we're going to have to really come back to you with, well, at this point, what employee stays and what goes, to be able to maintain that minimum level of affiliation with those facilities.
Today, the PERCA, yeah, this slide is perfect, thank you, is current 15 positions. What is the millage rate to Ms. Ronk's statement just in PERCA that would be required to not lose 10 positions? Because the 4.5 mil is like a 45% tax increase. And so how much more would we have to increase taxes to add those, to keep the 10 positions?
That'll take us a moment to calculate. I believe her, well, go ahead.
I have some round numbers. Around 6. A millage rate of 6 would balance the budget. Because our original deficit was $4 million.
Mm-hmm.
So in order to make up $4 million, we'd have to have a millage rate of 6.
Mm-hmm.
And to also answer the question, what would it take to balance a budget and get the reserves we need? If the reserves were around $3 million, then we would need the $4 million to balance the budget, plus the $3 million to build the reserves, for a total of $7 million. So a millage rate around 8 would give us around $7 million.
Mayor, if I can interject.
Yeah.
Whenever you decide if now's the time or in the future to talk about coming in with a millage rate higher than 4.5, we're going to have to talk about what that notification to the community would look like, because they've already received their notices at 4.5, and we're not exactly sure that we can meet the requirements and fulfill state statute with the meetings that we have to have in September. Preliminary review of that indicates that you would have to make a decision tonight, most likely, and we would have to immediately notice the community of a millage rate higher than what they've already received in the mail. But the attorney can weigh in on that a little bit better.
No, I think I understand, and I think that when we adopted the trim as a ceiling, we knew it might be burdensome to try and go around that. I wanted to just understand that at the 45% tax increase, still loses 10 employees. I mean, that would be the biggest tax increase I think that this city's ever done, if not the largest. And we're saying we'd have to go 100% higher, or, I mean, and then when we talk about sustainability, everything in here, none of these are CIPs. These are all reoccurring expenditures. And I think Parks and Rec, 400, 500,000 prior to the expansions. It's kind of everything reasonably. If it was 600,000 or 700,000, I think in here we're looking at, well, currently like 1.6 million. And maybe that's another way to ask, does 1.6 million cover Parks and Rec for this upcoming year? I guess I could go to the PERCA total. Community affairs. Okay, so I'm seeing, well, it's not totaled up here, but I know it's in our budget book. If you get the total before me, that works. I'm seeing PERCA. It was like 730,000 in 2021. Then it went to 1.1 million in 22. Then it went to 1.3 million in 23. And now this does include, I think, some CIPs in there, so that's just not personnel. But then 2.1 million in 24. And we're at 1.5 million 25. I've got 1.7 million for this current year with CIPs. And
1.258 with just personnel.
1 point for this 20 proposed year. So 1.677 million keeps all 15 employees. With, as Mayor Pro Tem Jackson said, 1.2 of it being personnel. And so the other 400,000, I think, would be operating supplies and maybe some CIPs and stuff. Is that right?
Yeah, comparing to the current fiscal year we're in right now, the total Parks and Rec budget that was budgeted for is a little over 1.7 million, based on 1.2 million of personnel and about 500,000 of operating expenditures and about 70,000 in capital.
So pretty much all that's reoccurring expenditures.
The personnel plus the operating, and not including the capital, so the personnel and the operating add up to about 1.7 million.
Personnel and operating, also reoccurring overhead, I guess another way, right? 1.7 million? And a 6 mil up from a 4.5 would cover that.
I would need some time to calculate that.
That's okay. I think similar to Councilmember Willis asked previously, because in our city manager pointed, there's 3 millage rates that are pointed, and they're just guides. It's not saying pick one of the 3. Thank you for making that clear. But to be able to just quantify like what 0.1 mil does, like what's the value of 0.1 mil, and times 10 would be 1 mil. I think that would be helpful. Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yep.
On the C5 personnel services, it would also be helpful for me if we knew what just that building and providing the services for that looks like as far as personnel costs. Simply because if we decided to lease it and we negotiated a contract with a vendor, the way that things normally work when you do that in the enterprise business in corporate America is you make sure your employees are taken care of. Where they're not let go, they move over with whoever's providing that service, then they manage their ability to keep those people, and they manage and pay them. And that would at least protect the people in that facility if we decided to lease, but it would also reduce the employee costs if we did it that way and negotiated into the contract.
I have the answer to that.
Thank you, Molly.
So with roughly the current structure, you're at about 250,000.
Okay.
And what is that for the 250?
That's a facility manager.
Okay.
That is a programs and facility assistant, 2 part-time rec leaders, and 1 full-time rec leader, which is very lean.
Would you give me those again? And see, that's good to know if it's lean. We need to know that because we need to know how it impacts. Will you tell me those again? I'm sorry, I'm writing this.
A facility manager.
Okay.
A program and facility assistant, 2 part-time rec leaders, and 1 full-time rec leader.
I write slow, that's why I type everything. Tell me that one more time, Molly, I'm sorry.
Where did you leave off?
I got facility manager, program assistant.
2 part-time rec leaders,
2 part-time rec leaders. Okay.
1 full-time rec leader,
Okay,
and that is Lean.
okay. But I mean, that helps us to know as you're looking at that, because helps to know.
Oh, I've been actively working on what proposals would look like
Mhm.
for such organizations to consider us, or entities to consider us.
Mhm.
So I have it broken down as
Okay.
far as that goes.
I just want to make sure that we're looking at it on, with, as we're talking about those, that staff's salaries, that we're looking at that and what kind of savings, if anything, we might find, so thank you.
You're welcome.
That helps me. Give it back to you, Mr. Mayor.
No, I think we're just working through it. The big one for me is those reoccurring revenues. Do we have a balanced budget at 4.5 with reoccurring revenues and reoccurring expenditures? And then at least the 2 other options, are those balanced? I think then if we know whether it's point mill or a mill, 1 mill, if that's easier, that's fine. We can divide by 10. But being able to then adjust that revenue accordingly.
Yeah, we do have a balanced budget at 4.5 and the other levels presented as well, with recurring to revenues and expenditures. We do not plan on having any loss of money with these budgets as planned.
Okay. As far as, ideas, I think we talked about them. I absolutely on tourism, the port, all of that. I think those are really good opportunities, and obviously elections, and there's new commissioners in there, which was a bit of a pause just for me. And I think we're in it now and heading in, and could present a better opportunity. We'll see. That's obviously they're on board and authority there. But I sense that they wanted to be more involved in the community, as opposed to tunnel vision on tourism and cruise traffic. And obviously very successful there, but Cape Canaveral carries a lot of that. And so those things I think are really good and absolutely could be substantially positive. As far as expenditures, I mean, we've talked about I guess just take a step back. It is not my hope or desire to close anything in Parks and Rec. Now, how we keep it open is the things I think we're talking about. That seems to be something sustainable. And as you said, Mayor Pro Tem, if the current team was able to transition under, like, whether it's an operating lease and some of the things, very happy to hear looking into that. Because we did bring that up in the past, and that was before Molly was the director, and it sort of grew and grew, and here we are. And I think we see that reserves with 2 years of operating expenses alone are replenished. We have to reserve it, but I don't want to do that. I think, to recap some of the things that we've discussed, one of the things is, first of all, kind of breaking it down. The splash pad. The splash pad is a hit in the community. People really like the splash pad. That's my street. I drive by, you see happy people, and I mean, priceless. That is a really nice thing to see in Cape Canaveral. Families, and I've had old high school friends that don't even live here, like, oh my gosh, came out to Cape Canaveral. I got it's just drive by on any nice day. And boy, that was tough getting it operating. And so today, it is really a success. The hard reality is, our director said, that overhead to maintain it, 72,000, I think you said roughly.
64.
And that's for daily tests and coming in and making sure, just like a pool.
Just like a public pool, that's all the legal requirements. And when we put that out to bid with our current vendor, he came in more than $40,000 lower than the next closest one.
Wow.
And that next closest one had zero experience with splash pads and admitted that and said they were just going to give it a whirl. And they're two different beasts.
And is that a licensed profession or some credentialed? Okay. So I'm using this as an example. It's highly used just from an amenity standpoint. Very different than our shuffleboard courts, right? It's the reality of every park and every community, but that's being used. And so when I talk about level of service and impact and loss, I can see that. I can see, that those things aren't happening. But because it's popular, because it gets foot traffic, I think it was Councilmember Shoryak might have said, sponsorship, naming rights on an annual basis. I think Health First, any Blue Origin, SpaceX, Orlando Health is very involved in Parish Medical Center. Could we create an opportunity? I mean, because for them, I'm not sure the hotels would be we're not their target market. We're not buying hotels typically, but the space industry wants a good name in the community, obviously. All the way down to your small local Cape Canaveral businesses, this would take some time, but could we design a sponsorship package and test it and state here annually, just like we did, which is awesome. I don't know if the folks know, but our city staff with the COATs, they used to be a line item in our general fund. It was like they're like $1, well, $2 a piece, but 15, 20,000, and we have a sponsor now who funds the COATs, and it makes sense because it's a very positive, recognizable thing that a lot of people see. So I love those creative ideas as you brought up. So
to be clear, Mayor, we
Yes,
had a
sir.
sponsor this year.
We do have one.
Well, no, we had a sponsor this year. We don't have a sponsor every year for COATs. We're
Right.
working on that. And to your point, those would have to be, we would have to make those contractual and to simulate as much of a reoccurring feel as we could, sponsor it for X many years per contract, so that it can stay running until such time as maybe ad valorem taxes could pay for it or some other means. But I just want to clarify, are we talking about doing this now, or are we talking about the future in future fiscal years?
Well, okay, so if it's $1.6 million to fund one fiscal year, well, that's what we have budgeted to basically all Parks and Rec, everyone, all employees are here, most importantly, because of them, the service level is where it is today, right? That's what I'm hearing. I don't know how long it takes, but to me, and please, if I'm off on anything, it would seem the when would be answered of how long would it take to design the sponsor package. I think it's a full-time job, so in the remaining, and then go out, work internally. City attorney would probably have a role. I think he might have some experience or observe this in other communities where corporate sponsorships get involved. And the sooner the better. I think when we say this year, we're in about a month away from the fiscal year. And one idea, right, was the splash pad, but Sea Oats could fit under that umbrella, under the same person, community affairs type person, engagement, whomever our administration believes. But repeating that same logic and thinking, okay, where else is high foot traffic that visibility would actually be desired by a sponsor, and it's a continuous annual expense, is our beach crossovers. How many people step across? Does the space industry want to know that this is the only beachfront, convenient, accessible space viewing area? And we got 17 of them, not including Cherry Down Park. We used to do sponsor the boardwalks, and having some sort of sponsorship annually that this boardwalk is sponsored by. If they donate to Sea Oats, maybe to Hance, a little wood, natural, less signs better, but kind of fits into the natural tone, wood engraved, sponsored by XYZ. And splash pad, beach walk, crossovers. And the last thing I will say is, so that's one piece of the C5. The operator, whoever is in the health, I'm just going to say Health First because they're really big, or a parish or someone. They operate gyms. Health First is leaving here. We have city employees trained, knows the community, works here. Whoever it is, would they be willing to come in and take over the management, the operations, and a lot of the bills and the liability of that? When? Well, I don't like anything sudden, to answer your question, City Manager. And so my thought would be, if we continued business as usual for 90 days, could we get some sort of LOI of interest and then another 90 days to potentially contract? I mean, is it turnkey, ready to walk in and operate? Is there an appetite out there? I don't know. So it's really hard for me to know. It's a very nice facility. The residents keep their access to health and fitness. In a best case scenario, the employees are able to retain their local knowledge and positions, and the residents and this council and the general fund sees a relief in operation costs. Splash pad separate, beach crossovers are separate, but I think that would be where my head is, and I'm thinking like 90 days to try and get interest, and ideally 180 days, 6 months to have maybe something contracted. And the Cape Center, Old City Hall, very special building to this community. That, as I think I've stated and chatted with the city manager, to me, this is administrative, but I believe out of Nancy Hansen, our rec side is handling Friday Fest. So that culture, like the same rationale with Boxcast, to me, the Cape Center, 100% culture, community affairs type. Can we rent that space beyond what we're doing? But those walls are limited. You have indoor. The parking lot that we acquired, right, that's food trucks, vendors. Could we have someone who today that would be able to say, rent this space, rent the outside, farmers markets, and it's available, as Councilmember Shoryak, 365 days. You could have an event with a little bit of indoor, outdoor, and I think that to me is far better than parking cars. People would drive by it. I think it's a desirable space. I know locals would love food trucks and different options coming in, and take the recreation side with the same logic and say, you've got, and they would also be responsible for booking Friday Fest, because that's more of a cultural thing. So you have the street city manager, and I think staff talked about expanding, not saying we're full, expanding Friday Fest to increase revenue back in the nice green space area where the shuffleboard. I think those are all really viable, good ideas that we could start to get revenue positive and also provide things to the community without losing any service, and hopefully no one would lose their job. It's changing what we're working on and how we're using our space. And the recreation side would be maybe at a Nancy Hansen, assuming we had a lease operator. Can't lease the C5, but we have obviously all the pickleball courts, the tennis courts, wherever we have recreational space, the soccer fields, and you're trying to rent that out and
Mayor?
keep the movement going. Those are the three kind of buckets. 90 days to get interest, 6 months, could we actually have something implemented? Sorry, thank you for your patience.
No, thank you, Mayor. And just to kind of circle back to the beginning, if I could have Molly explain to you maybe, or tell the council what she's attempted to do to find interest in these facilities, what marketing them looks like at this point, without mentioning companies or organizations or whatever, the efforts that we have undertaken thus far in anticipation of this conversation, number one. Number two, to shed some light on the reality of event planning, the logistics, the time involved, the rental of our facilities. And I think we also have a component about these are all in the CRA and what our ordinances look like to accommodate those things.
That'd be great.
Hard to have a microphone and computer open at the same time. So without mentioning names, as the city manager said, there's, and it's more like recapping in terms of what Anthony said and as far as the process looks. And in our conversations, Anthony specifically outlined a couple windows of time that are required. I believe you said 30 days, Mr. City Attorney, for noticing before we actually sign something over in terms of a lease. There's also public-private partnerships. And if you had told me a year ago I'd be talking about Pictona, I would have told you you were crazy. Because I've been hearing about Pictona since day one of Pictona, and it's not like us in a multitude of ways. Just Google a picture of it. But that doesn't mean that we can't be similar to it. And it's quite an inspirational story if you actually read the little history tab on how it was created. We could effectively learn a lot from them. And if you just go to their sponsorship page, just by itself, you'll see some of your, I'd say your top 10 companies in terms of health insurance providers and all of that, including a lot of other local businesses, attorneys, real estate agents, so on and so forth. So there's a lot of merit in all the different things you mentioned. And then in terms of your suggestion with, as far as, okay, yes, find something for Nancy Hansen in terms of somebody that can operate that and utilize our current staff. Same thing with the C5, get sponsorship for the splash pad. We would also need to talk about, and this gets into, as multiple people have mentioned, really dialing in the scope of our RFP. Does our RFP that talks about the C5 include covering the cost of mulch, which is a safety requirement in our park that's on that property? Like, what does that RFP look like in maintaining the rest of that property? Ball field to be included. So when you look at those different things, like I said in my presentation, it's not a copy paste on all the properties. And then to your last comment, I don't know if you've noticed, but all of those benches that have never ever ever been sat on in the plaza are gone. Because on September 19th, I believe, or 18th, we're going to be doing our first cottage market. And that was organized by not just our administrative team in our department, but also the community engagement coordinator that works out of the Cape Center. So we're doing that.
That's great.
And that's a dry run. We've never, I mean, that place has been full of benches, so you couldn't do anything other than go sit there. So we've got space for conservatively about 13 vendors, and Marcy's been looped in on this. Marcy's the one that runs Friday Fest. She took a walk through the plaza with me to see how we could maybe incorporate that into expanding into Friday Fest. So take a look at it when we have tents, when we have people walking around, when there's traffic going by. It's kind of scary out there by the front part of the road. We'll see how that goes. And it is kind of separated from the rest of Friday Fest, which can be good and bad. You guys have all participated in Friday Fest in some way, shape, or form. Sometimes it's good to be by the band and the beer. Sometimes it's not. So it depends on what you're trying to accomplish. If you're trying to talk to constituents, if you're trying to talk to people, over by the band and the beer is not exactly where you want to be as a vendor or whatever. The idea of expanding Friday Fest into the, we'll call it the courtyard space over at the Nancy Hansen is incredibly problematic. It is worse in terms of ADA accessibility than it is having the event in the street, because there's, oddly enough, hills throughout that. And the sidewalk is not conducive necessarily for that, and we don't have the best lighting in that area. So going over into that side space, every year we talk about it, and every year we do a little walkthrough and a what if and a what if and a what if, and every year we like, it's just probably not a good idea. So improvements in those areas would need to happen in order to really, in earnest, create a safe and marketable space, because now you're taking people kind of off the beaten path of what our traditional Friday Fest event space is. It's one thing to have the visibility right there at A1A. It's another one to have them hidden by the shrubs in the back area where the shuffleboard courts are. And one of the things that always disappoints me about the shuffleboards is you would think that they were flat, and they are not. Like, it's not one big flat space. So it's not conducive to even utilizing that interior part of the space to put in, you know, some tents and some lights and stuff like that, because they're lanes with little valleys in between each one. So, did that answer anything?
It did. The cottage, where would that be?
In the plaza.
Right next door,
On the,
Right to there.
north of Cape Center.
next to the dog park, the parking lot?
Literally, if you walk out the side door.
This.
Yeah, the plaza.
Where the palms, date palms are, yeah, okay. That's great. I think, yeah, my thought would be, it's hard to see how we're going to sustainably fund this. And so to answer your question, we already got some stuff going. Could we roll it out? And last, I can speak for myself. If a property needs some improvements, and we know that those improvements are going to help for revenue positive, absolutely. So that's all I have to say.
Mr. Mayor, oh, I'm sorry. Oh.
Yes, Councilmember King.
What about approaching those insurance companies that provide us with the silver slippers, or the silver sneakers, I'm sorry, programs? That might be another avenue to explore too for advertising. And also, I just wanted to say, the VC Dominis that were here earlier, they sponsored one of those benches on the beach crossovers. We could do that too.
If I may, Mayor, the city attorney has some comments, and I'd like to comment after him.
Okay, can I say one quick thing in regards to what she just said?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Don't look at me for permission.
Well, I didn't want to stomp all over.
She's being polite.
Yes, I was trying to be polite. So you all had talked about that, and you're talking about the benches. I'm going to tell you, someone needs to go right out to the Space Center to every rocket company in town and tell them that we are going to be selling advertising on our beach boardwalks.
Or
And
for
let
sale.
them, because we've got a ton of new vendors. So it's not just SpaceX and Blue Origin that might do that kind of investment. And these companies have money. So we're not talking, don't say, hey, we'll charge you $2,500 for the year. No, ask substantial. Give us 50, give us 25,000.
Start
you know?
high and
Yeah,
negotiate.
Exactly. So go out there. And I'm telling you, I know a young man in this room who is very good at what he does, who will know all of those companies exactly. So, hello, Zach. So, seriously, we need to be hitting those people. I think that'd be a great way to make some revenue as well.
Good, thank you. It's just a different model that it sounds like we're looking into. City Attorney?
2 points, 3 points maybe. First, good idea about marketing, right, and putting corporate logos on certain city facilities. 2 of my clients have done that. 2 different healthcare companies, right, put a healthcare logo on a pickleball stadium and put it on screening. I think it was about $20,000 a year for a 5-year commitment for $100,000. You know, it's another city very close to here, similar, right? Putting logos, naming rights, very, very easy. So you're throwing out revenue ideas, and I spoke to the manager and Joey about this, brought it to their attention, and I'm going to bring it to your attention, because if you want big ticket items for revenue opportunities in your general fund, one suggestion would be to deal with your sewer enterprise. Your sewer enterprise doesn't run like a business. Citizens of Cape Canaveral own that sewer utility. That sewer enterprise fund does not return an investment to the general fund. It also doesn't pay to utilize the city roads like other utilities. So there's a vehicle called the payment in lieu of franchise fee. I mean, there is between return on investment, payment in lieu of franchise fee, if it gets incorporated into the sewer rate model, will bring in excess of 7 figures to the general fund. It just needs to be thought through and needs to be handed to your rate consultant when you do your rate study coming up, to incorporate those concepts into the rates. So it gets part as a rate component. The sewer enterprise fund does not pay the general fund as an investor, because your general fund is your general operating expenses. So that's one idea, to use the sewer enterprise fund to have a legitimate inter-fund transfer of revenue from the sewer enterprise to the general fund to be used for general fund purposes, right? So that's a suggestion.
And it would be a franchise fee that
It's a return on investment, right? So that's going to be based. There's different ways to deal with it, and there's like a return on investment. You basically take net capital asset costs less depreciation, right? And you have a certain percentage, and that interfund transfer can occur annually as a return on investment to the general fund from your sewer enterprise fund. Then there's a payment in lieu of taxes, a payment in lieu of franchise fees, because your other utilities, like electric, solid waste, gas, they pay a franchise fee, right, to occupy the right-of-way, because there are certain right-of-way maintenance expenses that come out of the general fund. Well, why wouldn't the sewer enterprise pay a payment in lieu of a franchise fee? Right? It's not a franchise fee per se, because it's one agency, right? We're one governmental agency, but it's a legitimate transfer. You just have to set it up.
reoccurring?
Reoccurring annually. This will be a reoccurring interfund transfer every single year to the general fund budget from the sewer enterprise for a return on investment and then a payment in lieu of franchise fee.
And enterprise participation in operational costs for maintaining roads and that kind of stuff in the.
They're occupying the right-of-way.
Yeah,
So they're paying to occupy
Oh,
the right-of-way.
right-of-way
With the
occupying, okay.
sewer, the return on investment's a different thing. Think of it as a corporate situation,
Mhm.
right? The shareholders get a return on investment, right, from the corporation.
Right.
Well, the shareholders in this particular case would be the general fund, right, would be the citizens of Cape Canaveral. So you own a business called Sewer Enterprise,
Mhm.
right? Why doesn't that sewer enterprise pay a return on investment to the general fund, right, to the shareholders, the citizens of Cape Canaveral?
Gotcha.
So that's the concept. It can legitimately be built into the rate model, and it could be an annual annual revenue source for the general fund.
Okay.
A significant one.
And would it jack up the enterprise fees for our residents?
It's going to deal with, it's going to impact the sewer rates.
So the sewer rates would be increased to move that over to the general fund?
It'd be part of the sewer rates.
Okay, all right.
But don't I see contributions from wastewater fund, substantial. Would it be in addition to that, or would this be a more?
Those are, I'll let Joey speak to that, but I think those are their fair share of the administrative expenses, right?
That is the utility tax, the 10%.
Oh, and the utility tax, yeah.
Oh, the one that we maxed out. Okay,
The
so this would be in
10%
addition to that.
In addition to.
It's great.
So your bigger sewer users would obviously pay more, right, than residents, right? Based on, it's going to be
formula.
based on, well, it's going to be based on
Usage.
usage.
Wow. Timeline to implement something like that?
Do a rate study, incorporate it, and adopt new sewer rates. That's the timeline. It's something that can be done next fiscal year.
Okay.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, please.
I truly appreciate these suggestions, every one of them that's been made. Some of them we've been discussing already, and it takes time and effort to do them. But at this stage of the game, I got to tell you, I feel like I'm on my own 10-yard line. The clock is running out, and we're discussing what Hail Mary pass we're going to make. The council has capped us at a 4.5 millage rate. We're talking about we want to buy 40 things, and we only have enough money for 20. I would like to focus, if we can, on what we actually have to deal with. You have your first budget meeting 1 week from tonight, and then you have your second one in 19 days. And staff has already been running and running in every direction possible to get us to this point tonight. There's been a discussion on what millage rate would it take to keep employees in Parka. I don't know that that millage rate can exist in the time left to advertise, because this council set a proposed rate at 4.5, and that notice went out to the community. And it went out knowing that we would have to spend money if we're going to elevate it. So you've set the bar. We've got to work within the confines of that bar. We've already told you who would have to go. If you want to try to save recreation, it's going to come at the expense of other general fund employees, because there's no money. I just have to be real with you on that.
Yeah.
Unless there's some magic money button I'm not aware of,
No.
it's not there.
The reason I brought that up, there was a question related to it. And I think the answer was not with the intent to go back. I think that the 4.5 mil, for me, I can speak, our expenditures have gotten too high. And the millage of 6 is what it would take to maintain this, and every year those expenditures increase. And so it was to answer the question and to recognize, well, we're going to have all these reductions with a 45% increase, and they're not going away, and they're going to go up. The millage that we would have to be at with the types of spending patterns we've seen would send Cape Canaveral to one of the highest tax communities in the county. and that's a structural issue. So I hear you loud and clear. Cutting expenditures was my hope and identifying. I have not went through these different millage that was sent out today, but if I hear correctly, there is no more non-personnel reductions, and this 4.5 has those reductions built into it that we went through in the presentation. So I'm talking about the balance. If I go to like PERCA, I will see a regular time salaries. I'm seeing, yes, clearly. It's $872,000 for PERCA salaries, not including retirement, life insurance, workman's comp, all the other personnel expenditures. That is now down $500,000 to $325,000, which retains those five. Is that so we can? And then I think I answered my question here. So here's my question. Instead of why is it being recommended? Well, the slide that mentioned the retirement, that was one of mine. I did not understand that slide. I can try to find it, but it was the one that said in our finance director's presentation, it said not or does include. It's the one that took the retirement and reduced that retirement down. Let's see if you find it before me. No, I think it was in the ones Joey did. It's titled Employee Compensation and Benefits at Rollback Rate. I'm not sure the ones prior. Yeah, that one. Okay. So is this slide saying, so this is going, the previous, can we explain what this means? Do the previous, the middle of the road rate and the 4.5 have a reduction in retirement?
So the best way to frame this is at the 4.5 level.
Yep.
Staff would have the same benefits as they do this fiscal year.
Which is the similar healthcare package. I mean, that's kind of being discussed and figured out, but basically at some determined cost, health, vision, life, health, dental.
Mm-hmm.
It would have the 2% cost of living. It would have the 3% merit, so that'd be 5% additional on top of the salary. And it would have a 9% retirement contribution and a 3%. So if we took a salary of $100,000, just for easy math, for just the pay, there would be $2,000 in automatic cost of living on $100,000. That's 2%, right? There'd be another 3%, so add them up. If merit, if earned, be 5%. So there'd be 105,000. So they were 100 this year. If earned, they're going to get the 2,000. It's going to go up to 105. Then the 3%. I don't fully know how it works. If I know that employees got to have a part, or is the city pretty much contributing the full 12%, the 9 plus the 3?
The retirement portion is the city gives 9% to every employee.
Okay.
And then there's a 3% match. So if the employee chooses to invest up to 3%, the city will match that. So the city could do either 9% if an employee doesn't take advantage of the 3%, or the city would pay up to 12% max.
Okay. So 100,000, just for example, base salary, plus 2,000 COLA, cost of living, plus 3,000 merit, plus automatic 9,000 in retirement. That money's not dispersed immediately but available later, retiring. Plus, if they put 3,000 in conservatively, we'd say the city would match another 3,000. Are there any other standard, when we say benefits, that doesn't include health insurance? Is there anything else? I know our city manager and they're contracted, there's
I'm the only
car
contract.
allowances and stuff.
Yeah, I'm the only contracted employee. Of course, they have their paid time off.
And in the whole package, the health insurance as well.
Right.
Right.
So the cost, in your example, the total cost to the city is normally 33 to 40% more than an employee's salary.
Okay, that's helpful.
That's a good rule of thumb.
33 to 40?
Mm-hmm.
So if it's 100,000, the all-in, everything we just said, which totals 17, there's probably another 17.
In healthcare, that's about it, yep. And some other
Okay.
smaller things.
Okay, so this 4.5 mil, we're saying today to keep the 43, we've hit a cap. We can't go over. Just the decision of the trim rate alone takes it to 28 employees, right at 4.5. Do those 28, the 15 that are removed, are 2 of those transfers? They're leaving the general fund, but they are actually staying with the city and performing services. They're just paid from a different source.
Yes.
So is it fair to say that the general fund is losing, under this scenario, 15 positions, but we are actually keeping, it's going from 43 to 30 employees, the citywide?
Citywide,
not including which?
Which percent? 4.5?
I'm saying when the average resident or me reads that, the 15 positions lost, yes, they're out of the general fund, but
Yeah.
2 of those 15 are going to be funded out of a different fund, and they will continue to perform their same services.
No, we've already transferred them.
they will not perform the same services. They'll be working for a different fund. So in essence, the general fund, the work to provide for the general fund, the amount of employees working for the general fund will go from 43 to 28.
I understand that.
Yeah, so to your point, the 15 positions we're talking about are in fact being eliminated. There are 2 other positions that are being transferred to enterprise and will be funded under enterprise. And we are actually also considering creating another position under enterprise for sewer that could potentially save one general, that we can transfer a general fund employee over to, but we haven't yet calculated that. So that number could change from 15 to 14, in which case the savings would be just transferring that employee's salary over and benefits over to the enterprise.
The 2 employees that's already transferred that were previously paid out of the general fund, are they represented in that 43 number?
Yes. So as of right now, there's 43 employees working for the general fund. In order to go to the 4.5, we would have to reduce it by 15 positions.
But
I think the difference then would be we have to add 2 to enterprise, and we do have on the slide somewhere there's 20 in enterprise. So I'm glad you're asking, because we've not accounted for those 2 shifting from general fund to enterprise. So we'll have a total of 22 employees in enterprise.
So there's 20 employees in the enterprise funds.
Currently.
So if we currently have 43 general fund employees plus the 20 enterprise employees, the city employs 63 people.
That's today.
As of today, yeah.
This is a better way to do it. 63 today at 4.5 citywide. How many will we have? Because the funds can get confusing.
It would be, instead of 15 losses, it'd be 13. So it'd be 63 minus the 13. So it'd be 50.
Okay, so do you see, like, what I'm trying to point out is when we see this and we have public comment go up, the optics of this, it's it's accurate and it's important because we are talking about the general fund. So I think I grasp it. But we're talking about a 4.5 millage rate takes us from a 13 employee reduction from 63 to 50. Is that right? Citywide across all funds?
Correct.
Okay. So
May I ask?
just one more question. The two that are transferred, their function or level of service is not going to change?
So they're predominantly resiliency, but all of their functions and job duties will be transferable to stormwater because resiliency is essentially a component of stormwater. And
I see.
Yep.
So they will continue to perform, there will be no reduction in the level of service from those two functions, those positions?
Correct. It will fall under another department.
So we are talking about 13 employees. I'm going to stop there. Got a little bit more. Mayor Pro Tem?
Was stormwater engineering moved over to that? Was that one of the positions?
No, these are both resiliency. You're referring to how we pay for our engineer.
Yeah.
And we basically break him down in percentage-wise, if you will, because he works across enterprise and general fund projects. So we fund his salary, a portion from the general fund, but then also from stormwater and solid waste and reclaim. So, but he's majority, I don't know the number, but the majority of his salary is out of enterprise.
Could we move his entire salary to stormwater and then do some type of bill back at a lower rate than what his salary would be to the general fund to help offset the cost of the general fund's payment for that, if that makes sense?
Mm-hmm. And that's a good question. But when we allocate salaries, it has to be true based on the amount of time they're working in the different funds.
Mm-hmm.
So if he works 25% in this fund, then we can only charge 25% to there instead of 50, and then it'd be overstating it. So we have to be accurate in the time.
This is something that comes up during audits. I mean, it's normal to pay for employee salaries out of enterprise when they operate between general fund and enterprise, but it's also something that is monitored when we have our audits.
I just think if we were able to alleviate that from the general fund and pay it out of enterprise and then have a bill back rate
You're right.
that is lower,
I'd have
that
to
might
defer to
help.
the attorney.
Well, one of the things I think the city can take a really good hard look at are development fees. So the city engineer spends time in the general fund reviewing development permit applications. So those development permit application fees can be increased to offset the cost to the general fund for the city engineer, because he is one of the primary plans reviewer on site plans.
So does that require a study and an act of Tallahassee?
No, that one doesn't. That has guardrails in the statute, and there's some new guardrails that went in effect July 1st, but that was one of the issues I was going to talk about. We ran out of time at the council meeting, was that new law imposing those new guardrails. But I think taking the city engineer's plans review time and cost and passing it along to developers for development permits is one way to recapture that expense.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
May I pop in for just a moment? We have pizza getting cold in the conference room. Lisa went out and got us something to eat, so maybe we can take a break at this point before the pizza gets ice cold?
Absolutely. I think,
I think
we should take a break anyway. So council, want to do that and we'll try to get back at it? And
yeah, we can think better with a full stomach.
yes, I think that's helpful. Okay, so we're at 6:10 now. I think break. When we're all back in here, we can reconvene. Good.
Thank you.
Ready? We're going to get started here in 30 seconds or so. City Clerk, ready? Good, just making sure, thank you. All right, it's 6:44 p.m. We are continuing on through our workshop meeting here, and I call the meeting back to order. Let's take a recess. We were acknowledging some of the important things that I think our city manager rightfully covered, and the reality of we're 2 public hearings away from making a final decision. We've seen some of in the presentation, the impacts of a few different scenarios, and we're working through, I think, some of the line items around payroll and the benefits. And I think a couple of questions here. On the revenue side, we mentioned a $500,000 loan potentially from the wastewater. Is that now being something that, is it in this budget? I didn't check down at the bottom, but if not.
Mm-hmm. The loan, the interfund loan, we have taken away because after further analysis, we realized it would not help us build up our reserves.
Okay.
Due to the accounting equation, we'd get more money, but also our liabilities would go up. So then the net effect would be 0. Where that type of loan would be helpful would be providing cash if a fund needed cash. But since the purpose for us to do that loan was to rebuild reserves, it would not affect the reserves.
Makes total sense. But under an emergency, if we needed to do something that is a legal path that does not help our fund balance, I think that's good to know. As far as the enterprise, as soon as the rate study's done, what was the timing on that? Kind of forgot where we left that off. Did we vote to do that study? For the payment in lieu of franchise fee idea?
The sewer rate study, is that this fiscal year that's being?
We're paying for it in this current fiscal year.
Right.
No, I'm sorry. The rate study, I believe, is going to come out of next fiscal year. We've budgeted for it for next fiscal year. And for the rate study, we've been in contact with the vendor, asking them to take into account potential the payment in lieu of franchise fee and a potential return on investment, as well as general rate analysis.
Okay. If we can go back to the slide, thank you. The one that shows, it's just a few of them, we were bouncing around that one. Okay, so we have 63 employees down at the bottom there. The 4.5 mil would reduce it down to 50 total citywide, with 13 lost. The general fund would see 15 out, with 2 basically being paid out of another fund. So
Possibly a third one, just a reminder.
okay, so that's like 13 positions from the general fund eliminated, with 2 going over and maybe 3, so it'd be potentially 12. Or maybe it was the other way. I think that where my head is in talking through this is the benefits slide, the one that showed the, I think it's that basically 4.5 mils keeps the benefits for the remaining employees. I'm just saying middle of the road, the 3.8, I got it right here. 3.58. That one also keeps. That one is the one that, if we go that low, it will remove this slide right here, reduce the city's retirement to 12 to 3.5%.
Correct.
Okay, and then what happens is 2% COLA still in there, and okay. So if I was to go through this this budget spreadsheet that we were provided, and I'm going to line item like 9%, 3%, I will see those changes. Like this one, for example, under the column, and if council doesn't see it, up at the very top on the front page, that you will see millage rates. Over to the far right, the 4. That first preliminary one is sort of, that's the original budget that we had. Thank you. It's column, I think, K. Yeah, so that one's sort of just remembering where we left off. If we were to go to our first printed budget books, this is the classification of how the money was going to be spent and or brought in through revenue. The column L is the one that, if we went with the trim rate, we see an increase in revenue. And if, to get to the question, 9%, 3%, we're going to see all that there. I saw a big reduction in the total salaries for PERCA. So that represented the 10, I believe, employees that was stated in there. And then the other 3, I think 2 from C, E, and D we would see in this. Okay. So if we go to the 3.58, if I understand that slide, it said, can we go down to the retirement? Any one of them, I would imagine it would impact all of them. I think it would be administrative would probably be the first one. So keep going down without seeing the column, I think. And if you wanted to hide columns D through H, or maybe just so we can see the row, that might. There we go. Thank you. Okay, that's great. So there it is. You're on it. Go down a little bit lower.
124.
Below. Okay, so right there, for example, retirement, 9%. The K was the original budget. We had 89,000 in retirement. The 4.5 mil, column L, has 81,000. That I think might have just been, it reduced maybe for other reasons, personnel. There wasn't a decrease in the retirement. And then the 25,000, that's basically what the 3% would be?
Correct.
Okay, I see. Where does 2%, is that just inside the executive salary line item in row 119?
Correct.
So it's automatic, and is the 3% in there as well?
Correct.
I see. So we set a budget with the 2% and the 3% and put it all into executive salaries. Okay. Makes sense. Is the automobile allowance with the city manager contract, is that what, okay. That's what I thought, just making sure. And that's the only one. Yeah, that would make sense. I would think it was like 500. And that health insurance of, I think it's the 125. That's the 198 is the 4.5, right? L.
And the reduction in that line of 126 that's highlighted,
Yep.
that would be because of, as personnel are taken away, the contribution would be gone as well. So the percent didn't change, it's just paying for less people's life and health insurance. That's why that goes down.
Okay, I guess I didn't know that administration went from 10 to 10. Oh, it does, it reduces by 3. Makes perfect sense. Okay. So here's where I am. What is the I guess, reasoning that we would think it's better to remove an employee as opposed to potentially reducing benefits for a short period of time? I can think of logical, rational reasons why, but these are decisions that we don't have all the knowledge or the info. I guess the better question would be, was that considered, and is the recommendation that it would be better to keep benefits as opposed to losing positions that provide services?
We were trying to keep all employees that remained employed as whole as possible. And we looked at the reduction of benefits should the council come in at a much lower millage rate, where the only way to meet that millage rate would be to reduce benefits across the board as presented here.
Okay. What were the items that fire identified that brought in the reduction? I think it was $200-something thousand.
They did not have to make a substantial contribution to their pension. Their pension did not require that this year, so.
And that was it? Just the?
That was it, yeah.
Okay.
I can't tell you what it'll be next year. I do know they, from a pension standpoint, I do know they're gonna hit us up for half of a fire truck again next year.
So was that an error, or did they take a, should that have not been in there in the first place? Or
What, the 214?
yeah, the pension contribution?
So in managing a pension fund, it's all about how actuarially sound the fund is. And with contributions and investments, when that information comes in, the actuary calculates, and then they come up with a number, and every year that'll vary. So I guess if their investments were doing well, then that enables them to reduce their own actual contribution, which means they can return that to us.
See, that makes sense. If we were to total up 9%, my math may not be perfect, but I think at least off that original budget, like we were going back and forth with the insurance, it was here we go. So the 9% citywide out of the general fund, not including wastewater and stormwater fund prior to these, was for both the 9 and the 3. It used to be 5 or 7 and a 3. It was like 158,000 back in 2021, and then it slowly grew. 207,000 in 23, 238,000 in 24. 25 it went to 274,000. And then we saw a big jump from 25 to 26 to $350,000. And this year, we've got budgeted, according to my math, if you add up all the departments in the general fund, $389,000. So we've averaged $250,000 over 21 through the proposed budget, and 5 of those years are actuals, but I guess that one jumps out at me. 390,000. Now we know it's not that high, but how many, let's go back to the slide with the positions that showed the reductions from 4.5 to 3. Thank you so much for going back and forth here. There's no change in CED Well, I guess it depends on what we're looking, I mean, the 4.5 mil, there's no change in the current, there's 5 reduction, which is really 3, but 2 are going over, and so, can we talk about the CED building and code, what functions, or what is the level of service drop at 4.5 mils with the reduction of the 3? I think I remember some of it, some of the responsibilities. Is today, would we consider the level of service excellent or good or fair? And just trying to talk in broad terms, what would this reduction, what would it go to from 11 to 6 or 11 to 8, however we want to look at it?
Thank you. I made it up here. Okay. So yes, we'd be looking at a staff of 6 in the department, and the main cuts in terms of day-to-day service would mostly be focused in code enforcement. We'd be losing 2 dedicated officers and an admin to the division, leaving us with 1 code enforcement officer. I think that would represent, Mayor, in the scale that you just provided, probably service to fair at the best, just because it would be a lot. There's like 42 open code enforcement cases right now. They deal with a lot of things related to illicit discharge, construction issues, beach problems that have arisen. And then I think in terms of the other employees, we'd honestly be taking on several components of PARCA as well. So we would become the department that would probably deal with the website, social media. We'd have to deal with rentals of the facilities that are left. We'd take on emergency management roles that Molly's department was taking on. So we would try and continue some of those functions as needed. So I think overall it would definitely be a lot of hats would come to us on top of the ones that we already have. But that's what we're currently looking at.
Well, and so at 4.5 mils, I still see 5 PERCA, but are we saying that you would still absorb PERCA responsibilities at 4.5?
No, at 4.5, there would be still some PARCA left. That would be for the other scenarios, 3.5 or 3.2.
Mm-hmm. And, okay, so I see. So, well, that's helpful, going ahead. And really, C and E, it is not recommended to go lower, and now you explaining that.
Yeah, I'm honestly maxed out. This is as low as we can go. Last week we cut additional, like 77,000 from the budget with operating supplies and all conferences, trainings gone. So we are just about there.
Yep. These are, this is helpful. PERCA, can we ask kind of if it's just a matter of going back through what was already stated, same, from going to 15 to 4.5, from 15 to 5, a net loss of 10. Refresh me, I guess the facilities are closed with the 5. 3 infrastructure maintenance workers. So today, facilities open.
We don't have infrastructure maintenance. We'll just call them parks maintenance. So
Parks maintenance.
Parks maintenance, so that
Okay.
no one gets confused. So could you pull up that one? Okay, so if you do the 4, those are the services that that those 5 people would continue to provide. If you go to 4, if you go lower than the 4.5, those responsibilities would defer to the Public Works infrastructure maintenance folks and Zach's team.
Yeah, we would, especially a lot of that communication stuff, that would probably all befall to us looking at it.
The maintenance?
Communications.
And the maintenance would be absorbed by Public Works?
That one person over in infrastructure maintenance, yes.
The question's really, okay.
I think we're down to 1. Over there at 3.5, I think that was
I think that's 3.2.
Yeah, that's at the rollback rate. We have more I don't know, Joey would have to pull up the slide to be sure, but
CED would probably be taking on the contracts and permits as well, the lower one.
Can you go to the other one? So we can be clear. So at the 4.5, Parka will have 5 people made up of a director, a community engagement employee, and 3 Parka maintenance employees. And the idea is for those 3 people to maintain the buildings, the Parka buildings, the C5, Nancy Hansen, those buildings.
27 acres of parkland.
And that is at the 4.5. Anything lower would be without any of those 5 Parka employees.
And 3 of them are maintenance, grounds, facilities.
Grounds and facilities.
Is that right? Did I say it right? Okay. So the 3, well, I guess where I'm getting confused is it goes to 0 at the 3.58. But there's 5 in infrastructure maintenance. Will one of those 5 in infrastructure maintenance be responsible for the PERCA?
And they would have to be, because I wouldn't be here.
right. Yeah, those 5 remaining in IM would take care of maintaining all city facilities.
Can we talk just taking, it's very clear if a facility's closed, the change in level of service, right? That makes total sense to me. But if we own property, we have to take care of it.
We do, and I'm glad you pointed that out, Mayor, because it's difficult for us to enforce code on people who aren't taking care of their property when we're not taking care of our own.
Yes, and so my question is, in the 15, we have 3 grounds maintenance today? Okay, so there would be no reduction in grounds maintenance. I would think that it might even reduce a little if the facilities aren't being used, but who knows, might increase for some other reasons. But grounds maintenance is not reduced from the current.
I would never recommend reducing grounds maintenance. It's taken me, since I've taken over this department, to get that 27 acres managed by more than one person.
Yep.
From 2014, and actually probably before, but I can't speak to too much before, until 2021, I believe, Ian managed all of those 27 acres. And don't even consider buildings, because the people that work inside those buildings do a lot of the interior stuff that goes into doing that. So I would never recommend getting rid of any maintenance with that amount of ground to cover, especially if you're talking about reducing the amount of money being spent to a contracted service to do your mowing. Just that. That alone, you're going to need all 3 of those people.
Especially if a storm's coming too.
Yeah, so I think it goes to 0 here. Are we, and IM is taking a 2-person reduction as well. So if you add the 3 PERCA grounds maintenance plus the 7 IM, that's 10, it's going to 5. Can we talk about the level of service decrease at the 3.58 just on grounds maintenance? And if existing infrastructure maintenance workers are now having to take care of properties they did not, I would imagine there's a opportunity cost. They're not doing something else. Do we have an idea of how that will impact IM and PERCA? Yes, hey, David.
All right. So, if it goes to the 3.5, and that's where 2 infrastructure maintenance employees are taken off, I'm just going to read this right out. The remaining staff would effectively be limited to mowing duties with significant and immediate impact on the city's ability to maintain its infrastructure, respond to issues, support public safety, and provide many of the services residents and visitors rely upon. So some of the things that you would start to see go away right away, storm drain cleaning, heavy debris removal, stormwater baffle box inspections, flooding cleanup from stormwater, beach end crossover inspections, maintenance and rebuilding, beach cleaning and inspections. And this would be because we would have to be maintaining the grass, just mowing grass. That's kind of all we'd be able to do. It's either we do these jobs or we mow grass, one or the other. Resetting, removing Moby mats, including during hurricane preparations, BCSO AC drain maintenance, building, plumbing, and other AC maintenance there. Assisting BCSO with accident cleanups and replacement of signage and street lights. Oil changes, which we've just actually taken on. We're taking on the city's 33 vehicles, doing service on all those. So that would sort of go on the side as well too. Hurricane prep, filling sandbags, moving sand to the park in case we have to do that. Emergency heavy equipment maintenance, City Hall cleaning and maintenance, City Hall AC maintenance and minor repairs, Public Works cleaning and maintenance, Public Works AC maintenance, Public Works weed spraying, assisting Parks and Rec with Parks and Rec, well, that we would just take that on anyway with any Parks and Rec stuff that needed to be done. FPL and solar light street light inspections and maintenance on those solar lights. Palm tree trimming, there's 1,172 palm trees that we just took on this year with the budget that we've already cut. We would have to maintain all those as well too, which we already do, but we just took that on. Irrigation inspections and repairs over all our medians, right-of-ways, where we have irrigation. Pruning all the city trees, super important. That's how the fire trucks get down the road without getting pieces torn off of them or limbs dropped because they've caught onto a big branch trying to get to somebody's house. Straightening and replacing street signs, inspections on roads, sea oat planting, the ground zero stations. We relocate those every time the tide moves up too high or if we have a big event. We wouldn't be able to do that as often. Seasonal banner replacement, any striping that goes on the streets and parking lots, city holiday decorations, flag lowering like we just had to do this past week. And that would all become second to basically mowing. Thanksgiving and Christmas luncheons and reindeer run support. So those are just some of the things that IM does regularly. There's many more things that we do. These are just some of the ones that were noted. There's a lot of odd things that pop up on a day-to-day basis.
Thank you, Dave.
Does that help you at all?
100%. That's excellent. IM is really important. I see the rationale. There's no compromise on IM at the 4.5 mil, right? It goes 7 to 7, the 3 grounds maintenance taking over the 20 plus acres of PERCA's there. I guess where what the 3.2546 mils rolled back, that's basically the same amount of money in tax revenue that we had last year. Why do we have to remove 29 employees just by maintaining the same amount of revenue last year? This is actually not even a decrease in tax revenue at all. With new construction, it'll probably be a little bit more money. How are we so far off? I guess that's what I don't understand is we were able to do it on 6, and I'm not blind to the realities of how we were balancing budgets, but is this the one IM, no PERCA? I guess I don't understand.
So for example, the current fiscal year we're in we
Yep.
relied on over $5 million of reserves. So we're planning on a city to function without the use of reserves. So therefore, taking away $5 million. And this is the cost of making up, of balancing the budget without the use of reserves from the past.
But we didn't have the 5 million in reserves.
We engaged in deficit spending. We planned to spend money we didn't have. The budget was approved on money we didn't have.
So this leaves me, I mean, does our city, broadly, I guess it'd be a city manager question, and if the directors have to add in 14, which I think, I'm not sure what the transfers to the stormwater, if those would be in the 14, the two, but what I think 14 is fine. What does IM just not get done, or whatever one person does? Is that what we're?
Well, I think we should go to that slide, Joey, to show who's left, who those 14 people are. And we can explain it from there. And I go back to the beginning of the presentation where we tried to identify the bare minimum people that you need to operate a city. And that would be a city manager, city clerk's office, finance, human resources, in your community and economic development. You need someone to run that department. You have to have a planner, someone to do code, someone who's got to do building permits, an engineer, because he's saving the city money right now. He hasn't started to earn more than what we pay him, but I think in the future he'll pay for himself. And a department operations manager, who's your literal jack of all trades, doing everything that everyone else isn't doing. And those are your two most important, services right there, CED and administration. PARCA doesn't exist at this point. So in order to beef up infrastructure maintenance at that rate, 3.2 mils, something else is going to have to go. And we'll have to double up. So just starting from the top, you get rid of one of the clerks, then that one person does everything, public record requests, transcribes all minutes, unless someone can help us like they are right now because we're behind and they're doing it for free. If you eliminate human resources altogether, someone has to wear the human resources hat when it comes to hiring, claims, insurance, finance department. If you got rid of another one there, then you're looking at, I don't know that would even work. You can eliminate code enforcement altogether if you want to beef up infrastructure maintenance, but no city can operate without code enforcement. You get rid of a department operations, and mind you, these people who are left are doing all of the things that were not being done by the people who lost their job, to the extent that they're humanly able to do that. And again, what service levels will we be delivering to our community at that point? I look at this scenario and it is absolutely not sustainable.
Yeah, just the infrastructure maintenance on one can't take care of the necessities, right? I mean, this isn't going, so it would be poor service, at least in that area. Councilmember Shorey?
So I wanted to point out one role that I think is essential is the executive assistant for the city manager. Because Keith's a talented guy, but we're wasting our money if we're going to have him answering phones and making appointments and that kind of stuff. He needs somebody to handle that. No matter what rate we wind up at, we need to add that position back, I think.
Yeah, I don't think it's, oh yeah, that's from the 10th.
We lose that at 358 and 3246.
Yep. I think, can we does this one show that can the maintenance be maintained with one person? I guess there'd just be things that would not get done, right?
Mayor, if I may.
Yep.
Rollback is in here because you wanted to see like a zero-based budget. And I'm just going to ask out of all politeness, if you want to entertain a conversation about the reality of this millage rate, could you poll the council to see if they think this is a reality so we can focus on it if this majority thinks this is a reality, or can we focus on what is a reality? Because I'm telling you as your city manager, that's not sustainable.
And I don't think polling's appropriate. The city attorney can, Robert's Rules of Order, but yeah, I think that council can speak absolutely to what they want. This was given to us 48 hours ago, and I'm not saying that that's wrong, right? So we are just now really understanding it. Okay, and that's not a complaint, but
I'm just
this is
recalling
not in a
prior conversation about the reality of this millage rate with you, sir.
Okay, but can we go back to the slide that shows the 4.5, the general fund staffing by millage scenario? When we go to 14, is everyone paid full salary? I think the retirements.
No. At 14, at rolled back, and I'll go to the slide that says this. So at rolled back, where we have 14 general fund staff.
Yep.
There will be a required 1 furlough day per pay period, which would reduce 10% off a salary, which would be savings towards the city. The employee would receive 10% less salary than normal. There would be no retirement contribution and no raises throughout the year. That is how we got the budget to balance.
That's at rollback?
At rolled back, yes.
Okay. There would be no paid deductions, though, from the year prior, other than, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm sorry. There would be, in effect, a 10% pay reductions to all city staff who remain at rolled back.
If, keeping the $100,000 example, if an employee is just paid $100,000, not including benefits, and they would have made like 133 with your formula, I totally get that the 33 would not come in. When I say a pay reduction, they're going to go into the next year and they're going to get 90,000. Okay.
That is correct.
Okay. So thank you. I cannot look at a presentation and make a well-informed decision. I trust our team. I haven't always been able to say that. I genuinely believe that everyone here is trying to bring forward the best thing they can. But there's a lot of pressure in the community, and it is falling on us. No one's mentioning anything about, with an exception of an investigation, speak for myself, what I believe some of the root problems were. But, so my pause is I cannot get through this budget and get out and say, well, why'd you do that? I do not understand why we would keep retirement, salary, 2% at the 4.5 mil, and I understood what was said to me. I heard that, is that if you're staying with us at the expense of losing potential critical employees, in the CED, building and code enforcement is a good one. I do not want to close PERCA. I do not understand why we're going with a 5-day close when we couldn't just. Why are 10 employees going to be gone? I think the buildings would be closed with the 5 employees remaining. Is that?
They would, and the director.
Hansen?
No.
That would stay open.
It wouldn't be run by us. not with these 5. All facilities would be up for lease, contract in some fashion. These 5 people, 3 of them are maintenance folks.
Right.
One's the director, and I'm missing the other title, but they'll be dedicated to, go ahead, Molly.
Communications mainly.
Okay, so we would not have a self-serve Nancy Hansen where the deputies unlock the doors?
We can look at operation of those courts. I don't know about the liability that we would incur. That's probably an Anthony question. If we can resolve that with some signage, play at your own risk, I'm not certain.
Well, I think keeping those open is worth, I think we should do that. The ball fields is.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, absolutely.
Can you define open? Because I can leave any door unlocked that you want.
Hey, you all have it better, but my thought was morning time, someone unlocks the door.
Okay.
And you're suggesting work with the sheriff's office, and then they would lock things up at a certain time, like park gates get locked and so forth.
I think
We'd have to.
shared that potential idea.
Yeah, we'd have to engage them on that. But if it would help facilitate your question, perhaps Joey can do some quick math, and he can look at how much money would be saved if we reduced benefits at a figure that you would like to see, and see what that does as far as building back employees. But we did see previously in the initial presentation about what lack of benefits, lack of raises, loss of employees does to us as a potential employer. Anyone else who leaves for those reasons during the time where we're saying this is just temporary, we're going to have to absorb that loss, double up on duties until we can potentially hire someone to fill those spots. And I don't know anybody who wants a government job that isn't going to go somewhere where that's going to go somewhere where there's no benefits, when there are other government jobs that we are competing. We're already kind of behind the 8 ball when it comes to competing, which is what we said in the presentation. And now we're going to be not even on the pool table if there's no benefits. And so that's why we were trying to maintain the benefits with those people who were staying here.
Doesn't have to go to zero.
Well, that's why I said if you want to present a number, maybe Joey can calculate something on the fly to see how that builds us up on another end.
I'm presenting that if we go back in time to August of 2024, we're about to pass the 24-25 budget. We took retirement matching from 7% to 9%. We had an understanding of the reserves in the budget at that time. Now knowing what actually was happening, the recommendation of the interim city manager at that time, well, actually it was the former city manager, was to do that. Should we have done that? If we would have known then what we know now about the current status?
I can't answer that. I wasn't here. I would defer to our HR director, who can speak to. You weren't here either. You just come in. That's true. But from a competition standpoint with other employees, I'm sorry.
I think, no, it was August of 24. I believe we were all here, and Mickey.
I can speak for
Councilmember Davis.
I can speak for myself. If knowing what we know now, no, we wouldn't have done that. Wouldn't have done a lot of things if we knew then what we know now. So.
And that's what I'm saying. And so we're keeping the full 9. And so we're not saying no benefits. That extra 2% was paid out. We are not saying give us our 2% back. We should have never given that money out. We should have never given that or paid that money out. Did we want to? We clearly wanted to. That's how much we appreciate our employees, but we cannot balance budgets the way we did. I think you understand why are we keeping 9 on the line, and I think you're saying no benefits. I haven't said anything about changing health insurance. I'm saying a
Not
reduction. I don't know, I'm trying to share an idea of, can we, if it's 400,000 in total contributions, can that save a couple of PERCA or a CED?
Well, I'm saying give us a number and we'll calculate it right now. I mean,
That's not
that-
my job.
No, we'll do it right now.
I don't know I'll do the best I can.
Yeah,
What number do you want
so
me
if
to
we
give
want to
you?
go, if you want to go back in time, we shouldn't have given the 2%. So let's hold everybody at 7%.
I think that's-
And we can see what that number
That-
looks like.
Yeah, yeah.
All right,
And
so if Joey can
and I didn't mean
calculate.
that's not my job disrespectfully.
I understand. I'm just trying to facilitate this conversation and move it forward. You want information, I want to give it to you. These people are ready to serve.
I stated this in previous meetings.
Okay.
This isn't the first time. I said that in our one-on-ones. It was the first thing I said. We come back into the meeting, fire came in with some pension, this went back in. In that meeting, the next day I go, I don't understand this, unless my memory is failing.
You said it, Mayor. I never interpret that as direction to provide that information. I interpreted direction to provide a rollback millage, and you have that. Now I'm taking your direction, and we'll calculate 7%. And we'll see, do you have that number? What's the number?
Slightly over 80,000 is the savings.
Okay, so that's.
And that's at 3.5 or 4.5?
That would be, so if we're currently at a total of 12%, the 9 plus the 3 to get the 12, and if we go to 7%, that's taking away 5%, and each percent is roughly 16-ish thousand. So that's how I get, that's the math on it. It's about $83,000, so slightly over $80,000 to reduce it from 12% to 7%.
But we don't always give the 3. Is that the best way to calculate that? Shouldn't
So
we?
it's-
The 9's automatic, so.
So what we're talking about is if we're just going to say 7% contribution to each employee.
Yep.
And not have a 3% match. So the option for an employee now is say, hey, I'm going to put in 3% on my own for my 401, 457, then the city will match it with 3.
Yep.
If we want to remove that 3, the employee can make all the contributions they want, but no match. So if you take the 3 out and the 7, what would that look like?
For the 3 and the 7,
Yes.
to take a combined 10%.
Remove the option remove the 3% match if an employee contributes 3.
That would be, so the 3% match is 50,000.
So that's a total of what, 130-ish?
I'm sorry, in total, to go from the 12% match we're currently at to the 7% that I believe is being spoken about.
Yes.
It would save $80,000.
Total.
Yeah, total.
Okay.
And I have all the other benefits added up as well.
And that's at the 4.5 millage rate?
Correct. Yeah,
Okay.
at the staffing rate at the 4.5.
So at 80,000, could that potentially save an employee? Salary and benefits, you're talking entry level at best.
For my department, that would be 1 part-time rec leader,
Okay.
roughly.
So if we want to continue the exercise and say, and I'm just going to throw a number out there.
I'm gonna throw some, no, well, I mean, yeah, go ahead.
Well, 3%, reduce 7 to 3. And what would that save the city? And that's 3% across the board for all employees.
And we're talking short term here. I'm not
Yes.
saying any long time, I'm saying get through the hump together.
Right.
I could say something here. Maybe we can accept the 4.5 and assess it as the year progresses. Look at the adjustments through the year, as our city attorney mentioned when we brought this up hours ago.
Well, I'm not interested in that respectfully. I think, I don't understand my grandmother used to always say you can clean a fish a few different ways. You know, there's more than one way to do it. And I think this way, there's some good stuff. I guess I'm trying to address, my math shows we spent in 9% in 2026, $270,000 this year, and then at least budgeted, and then $85,000 and 3% for $350,000. This original budget had $390,000. Now I understand that might go down because we have less employees, but I'm going, in an extreme example, if it's a critical function, it's not to get 2 employees back. It's to get a service level back, and if that means 2 employees, yes, that's how we have to think about it. So I'm looking at not 15 job losses, I'm trying to see what does that mean in level of service. I think we had some help. Code enforcement, I understood. The 42 backlog, a great example of workload. Now it's, amongst 3 is now going to 1. Those are the things that are helpful. I want to just state that we've got the payments. We pay. We have budgeted at the 4.5 total? What is the total retirement?
At the 4.5, the total retirement of 12% would be 200,000.
I guess I don't know why we're doing 12. Oh, because we budget, we have the money there in case the contribution is needed. Okay.
Correct. Yeah, we do a 9% and then budget for up to 3% because it is the employee's choice. So therefore, we budget for the case they do. It's 200,000 is what the total 12% of a retirement contribution costs the city. So hypothetically, if we took it from 12% to 0%, that would save $200,000 at this 4.5 that we're talking about mathematically.
So why was it 390 in the 2027 column? This isn't going to show it because I added them all up. I mean, do we just have more employees? Okay.
Which column are you looking at?
I think it's the K. I can't see the header, but I think, yeah, it would have been the K column. So the 89,000, or maybe it's the J.
I'm looking at a different sheet in front of me. The sheet I'm looking at in front of me has all of our city employees and their benefits on it. So I think it'd be very hard to get the numbers I'm looking at from the sheet that we're looking at on the screens in front of us.
Yeah, so I think, and this is one of the challenges, is we have the presentation. I think you've got some supplementary resources. I can work in here, being able to total stuff up out of here. It takes a little extra work. I just did that for myself, but I think all I did was added up all the departments, administrative PERCA in column L, or I'm sorry, in column K. That was the original budget. If you add all those up, it was 292,000 and 9% budgeted contributions and 97,000 and 3%, totaling 389,000. And yeah, I think that's according to my math. I understand if that would reduce. So when I saw 390, if it went, I just don't know why it would go down almost in half if we're maintaining it. Maybe it's because some employees obviously wouldn't have to pay. That to me was a lot of money. If it is, let's just 200,000. If that's what we have to work with, did I hear 80,000 saves a part-time worker? It costs 80,000 for a part-time.
That was just one example from my department, but that doesn't really help in terms of that because the building operations are not funded. So it saves a person, but it doesn't keep the lights on, pay the water bill, fund the AC contracts, that kind of stuff, if that makes any sense.
But we have a part-time person in PERCA making $80,000 because wouldn't part-time not have benefits?
There's other factors with that, and those are the estimates that I've gotten with regard to, and it's not a full 80,000. Like, that's the number that that would save you, so it wouldn't be 2 people necessarily.
Well, for example, how much is that position when you say it's not a full 80,000?
What did we actually pay, if you have that sheet up to answer, Joey? Oh, a part-time PERCA in 2026. I think that's another way to look at it.
Yes.
So you could effectively fund roughly 1 to 2 people, but you're still not opening the building. You're still not paying the water bill. You're still not paying.
And I'm not really wanting to know that. I'm wanting to know how much is that part-time position that we said was almost 80,000. I mean, and then you were saying it's not really that. I mean, how much does a part-time PARCA person make?
May I jump in here?
Yes, because he has the full wage.
The spreadsheet I'm looking in front of me, it's about slightly over $30,000 for a part-time rec employee.
Okay.
$80,000 does pay for about 1 code enforcement employee.
Okay, so there's so if the 200,000 budgeted for the retirement, if it was reduced by $80,000 and we budgeted 120,000 for retirement for 1 year, that would also free up cash for 1 year to take the code enforcement from 1 to 2 and reduce.
It would, if we freed up $80,000 from somewhere.
Yeah.
We'd be able to then use that $80,000 to afford 1 code enforcement.
And I don't want to go any further because I can't, especially this hour. That's what I'm hoping we can do. Now, do not, in my opinion, we should not do that if we feel that but it's not always that 3 produces more than 1. Sometimes there's reasons that 2 and the direct believe that they can produce the same as 3. Not typical, but those things happen. Those are the types of things that I was struggling with when I was reading this and trying to get to the bottom of it. The other thing is, when you say Parks and Rec, the C5, I don't think opening Nancy Hansen, from our talk, it was my understanding that Nancy Hansen, first it was all going to be closed, and then it was like, no, we could probably make it self-serve. But the C5, this doesn't have budgeted to pay the water bill? Or not a lot of water usage would be.
Not as much as it would use if the building was open.
Okay, I understand that. The splash pad running at 4.5?
The splash pad is not included in the 4.5.
Okay, that's new.
One was mentioned earlier, it costs $64,000. We have to meet health department criteria to operate it. There's nobody, we have to have somebody, operate it.
Yeah.
Well, do you remember I remember talking about the 64,000, but I didn't realize that. I thought we were just restating the cost. I missed it in the processing. It's a lot of information, but we had talked about it, and we thought it was closed, and we said, no, I don't think that's what the community would want. We'll keep it open. So I understand if that's a part of it. I guess that's the thing. Parks and Rec employees, another example, just how my brain's thinking. Why would we close the facility, let off all the employees, and then instead of keeping them on and maybe do scale back on some health benefits for a year or 2?
Could you say that one more time, please?
Total health care, life and health insurance expenditures, you and I were, I think, going back and forth, and I think we're still working through it. I believe that Parks and Rec currently is the highest amount for health insurance benefits out of all departments. Just logically, because you have 15, I think 15 employees there. IM might be there. But I'm trying to show trade-offs for the community. If everyone in PERCA says, I'm leaving because I don't have life and health insurance for a year or 2 or whatnot, well, that's unfortunate. But to me, those are the trades I hope we can look at. What I saw here was very heavy on personnel. And that's one way. I haven't got into the supplies. I'm being told that we can't cut anymore. I understand that, I see that, but I'll stop. I don't think, if I can see the level of service decline in between these, I know I can read the words, but, you know, big loss or some of the words we were reading, right, those aren't quantifiable. And I know it's not easy to do that, but like backlogs, response times, and those things, some sort of indication. I know that under these times, we're not necessarily maybe reporting and measuring everything. I get that, nor would I think that that's reasonable under the stress. But to think that rollback, right, I just cannot get past that we would not reduce revenue, tax revenue, and we're going to lose 29 employees with literally a tax revenue increase. That means we were balancing. I mean, that's awful. That is, I mean, for 5-6 years we've been doing that, and that hasn't.
Well, for 15 years, we've been deficit spending. And I just want to roll us back, no pun intended, to March.
Mm-hmm.
What you're seeing is 5 million in cuts. I mean, in reality, we started cutting back in March.
Mm-hmm.
The ship was running aground, and we had to not spend $750,000 just to come into the green or the black. So this isn't, you know, when you set a millage rate of, 4.5, that was basically cutting 2 more million after we've already cut 3. When we shouldn't have been budgeting to spend 5 million over what we were bringing in to begin with. So we're trying to, buy 10 things when we have money for 5 at this point. And we would be in a better position talking about this if we weren't dealing with a 4.5 millage rate. And I say that only because we would be having what more can we cut from this number as opposed to what are we trying to save at this number? 4.5 is it. And your staff, like I said, they live this every day. They do the job. I don't cut grass. I don't do what they're doing, but they're telling me, and I think we've heard a lot of good stuff, but when Dave Coulter got up there and told you he itemized everything, that was a significant amount of work. So we have to deal with what we have, and that's 4.5 mils or less. And I go back to what I said, Mayor, rollback is not an option. It is not an option.
Yeah, I understand. I don't understand how we got too much to take care of and too much to pay for. That's just the fact. It's nauseating, and the purchase of this property.
We can look at the bright side.
I don't want to sell stuff, but
the C5 will be paid off at the end of this fiscal year.
Yeah.
That's a huge deal. $800,000. I fully expect the fire assessment to be a win. I think what that opportunity will present for this council, is you can lower millage right away, depending on what our needs are next fiscal year, because we're not going to be paying for fire service out of the general fund if the assessment goes through. So that gives the council the opportunity to lower the millage rate then. So I think if we have a focus forward approach, we got to bite the bullet. A 360-degree outlook. We have to bite the bullet here. And I think I told all of you very candidly from the very beginning, you're going to have to raise taxes. I know you don't want to, but that is a cold, hard reality. And the question you have to ask yourself is how much. It's not how much can I keep, or it's how much. It's not how much am I going to lose, because we're already at the 4.5. It's what can I keep, what's left. And you're going to help me prioritize. That's why from the very beginning, I've said to you, I can't cut any lower until I get with you because services are going to be drastically impacted. And so my recommendation is you go with the 4.5.
Okay, so, and I understand, I'm listening, but I'm about to give a little bit of perspective on my part. I don't think staff that's with us now got us into this position. We had things that occurred in the past, and some of those situations are gone. I think that it's a tough time for all of us. We certainly didn't have this in our view either. So the spending down of the reserves is something that is painful for us all. Now, having said that, I will say, please, I looked at things like our long-term disability. Other cities aren't giving people that. They're giving them an option to purchase that. And any sacrifices that staff makes now, I think that can turn around and change. But I think it's going to be all of us that have to do the sacrificing, not just, and we have to look at whatever we can do. Now, I don't like saying that because I know staff, you want to stay here, you want to do a great job, and we want you to be in a situation where you have the benefits you need. But to get through this time, we're going to all have to make some sacrifices as far as what's going on. Now, having said that, I'm going to say this. I believe this tax, Amendment 3, is going to pass. We're going through the painful part now, okay? This is the part that hurts. And once we get past this corner and get our reserves, it doesn't even have to be fully funded on reserves, but once we're able to start building them back, then we can look at giving back the benefits the way that you have them and all of these things. And if you leave and go to another city, doesn't mean that if that passes, that you won't get there and they have their $200 million budget they have to cut, and they have 80% of their property taxes and homestead properties. So it could be painful going somewhere else. You could get there if Amendment 3 passes, and you could lose your job. So I think it behooves all of us to work together and try to do the best we can. I think y'all have done a good job looking and cutting and that sort of thing. But whatever it takes is what we need to do. I don't like closing things. And I would rather overall make a sacrifice on whatever we can cut on benefits to keep as many of the people we can. I don't like services not being offered. That's not me. But if we have to get a company in to run the C5 for us temporarily or whatever, those things we're going to have to do to address the cuts. So for me, I think it's going to be a time of sacrifice for all of us. I'll give y'all my $3,000 salary or whatever it is. I'll be happy to do that. But I think we have to look at that because what else are we going to do? I don't like people going away, and I don't like services going away. And I totally agree with what kind of service level are we going to have. That's the only decision we can make as council up here, is how we manage the services. I don't want services going away. And so that's my thoughts, and I'm trying to encourage staff to please be patient because you're all valuable. And if we can work through this hard time together and buckle down, and we may have to put up with not having everything the way it was, doesn't mean it's going to stay that way forever, in my opinion, because nobody really wants that. But we got to get through this. And I'm sorry everyone in this room, including the taxpayers, are going through this. It's not right. And I wish I had a magic wand and could start over. The first thing I'd do is get those administrative fees from the Cape Center, right? Anthony's going to work on that for me, though. So that's what I've got for this. We're going to have to do what it takes. And if we can cut, I'd rather cut benefits for a short amount of time than people. That's just my thoughts.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I can agree with Mayor Pro Tem about trying to cut back on some benefits temporarily, but I just don't see any way that rollback is going to keep our services at an acceptable level. In fact, I don't know that 3.58 can do it either. So I'm more in favor of let's go with the 4.5 or somewhere close to that. And
Are you making that as a motion,
No,
Counselor?
No, I'm just stating my position. So this is a workshop, so I don't think we're voting on anything tonight. So that is just my,
You could give direction, Councilman.
well, that's
your direction.
That's my direction.
Got it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I agree. I think 4.5 is probably the most feasible option that we have. And to struggle over 3.25 and 3.58 is not getting us anywhere. I think we owe it to the employees that have been doing diligent work, trying to make this happen, trying to make this work, working with us. And if we go any lower than 4.5, I think we heard the people here today. Are you willing to pay more for the amenities that you're enjoying? And they applauded. Now, maybe they don't represent the entire community, but these are the active ones who are paying attention. And they're going to spread the word out there. And there'll be some people who don't want 4.5. They're going to cry about it. Let them cry. We're doing the very best we can. That's my opinion on it.
Mr. Mayor?
Yep.
And I understand what Councilmember King is saying. However, I've looked at a lot of comments and we've gotten a lot of emails. We have a population in our city that's 65% retirees. We have people, and actually, our city's more affordable than like a Cocoa Beach is. We have people that are concerned about their rent payments going up and all of these things. And going up as high as whatever, every time we increase, that increases rents, that increases, property owners' taxes on a population that's usually living on a fixed income. So whatever we do, we have to be mindful of that. So just saying, let's go 4.5, I'm curious myself, what does it look like in between 4.5 and 3.58? Because these are benchmark numbers and we could do 4.3 if it made sense or whatever. We're not going to have that information tonight. But I think we need to look at service levels, like we said, but also be mindful that people in this community are retirees. And while some may be willing to pay and able to pay those things, just one moment, please. It is something that we need to be mindful of. And where there may be people in this room expressing that they're willing to pay 4.5, or maybe they were willing to pay 10.0 or 7.0. They might have been willing to pay that. There were a lot of people sending emails and a lot of people commenting online that their taxes were going up $400 a year or whatever in the trim notice, and that it was a hardship for them. So I think we have to be mindful of that too. So, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Shorey?
Well, I think we've already figured out rollback rate does not work, doesn't maintain the level of service we want. I don't think 110% does either. So again, case point, we're going to wind up somewhere between 3.58 and 4.5. I guess suggestion, let's go to 3.58 and just add back in the things that are essential.
That's good.
And wind up, because I think number one, okay, we're going to add back in the executive assistant. So where does that leave us? What does that do for us millage-wise, if we had that position back? And just kind of go from there and work our way up.
If I could interject, looking at our chart, and if you can put the one chart up there where it says general fund staffing by millage scenario from Joey's presentation. So we have, no, you had it right there. If you can, thank you. So I mentioned earlier creating a position in solid waste to assist with some duties. We can move an employee from the general fund over there, and that would save the general fund the salary anyway of that particular employee, and their benefits would transfer over as well. So that would reduce, well, that would take CED would be losing one, but going over to that enterprise. And we can reduce the benefits to a level that would generate whatever revenue figure that we're looking at. I will say that long-term disability is offered by other municipalities. To your point, Mayor Pro Tem, we're not the only city that does that, but we can certainly look at what it would look like to do away with long-term disability. I don't know that it's being accessed a whole lot right now.
And
It's
the
just
ones,
being budgeted for.
the ones that I had seen, city manager, is they gave it as an offering, and it was an option to this, in many municipalities, give it as an option to their staff members who can choose to pay for it or
If they
not.
pay for it, yeah.
And then we could add it back in later. But
Right.
that, those are the kind of things, any kind of things like that people may not be utilizing right now, but may need later. Those would be good things to look at.
Sure.
Because that could possibly make a little bit of an impact as well.
So far, we're talking about transferring an employee from general fund to enterprise, and I'll have to get with staff on that employee salary and benefits so we can calculate those numbers. And we're talking about a reduction in benefits. We can come back with what that would look like. And then we can discuss any other position, because we can look at the 10 in admin services again. We can look at the 7 in IM again. And I'm looking at the 4.5 mil column here when I say this. So we can look at that 28 staff there again and see how low we can get the millage.
And city manager, could we look at if we kept the C5 and Nancy Hansen open for a certain period of time, and specifically the C5 instead of Nancy Hansen as much, where we would keep it open for a certain period of time while we get bids from the vendors, in that way, because it will make a difference if we don't just flat let staff go. If we budget in and see how that can fall in there and can keep those staff until we get those RFPs in and make a decision, then they could possibly transition and we won't lose services for a short amount of time, and we won't and staff won't lose out. Now I would like to see that.
Okay, I'll get with that director, because at 4.5 mils, we're at 5 staff. Moving one employee over may open up a body, but I need to talk with our director and whatever else we can potentially come up with from benefits.
I would like to see what all of that looks like, just because that would serve our community better.
Sure.
And it would also potentially protect those staff members where they wouldn't have to be just flat let go.
Well, I'm already seeing 2 people's offices moving to the C5 to help staff that, but we'll have to have that conversation.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think, this is really good. I really just, as I was listening to it, I was able to see when something goes down, other things go up, and very, very helpful. And again, thanks to our city manager and everyone, but took the whole team to put this together. And so today's a workshop. I think the council has talked about between 3.58 and 4.5, express some positions. My hope is that we keep, I've taken the philosophy of being more comfortable with the citizens maintain access to everything. Be better to push down across the board for the short period or make adjustments. We can't really do that well. And so the recommendation to close, I think similar to you, what you were saying is if the October 1 is when the budget goes, I would be interested in funding at least 90 days, right? It's not like budget passes and a department's not funded. At a minimum 90. And I would even say potentially have some sort of budget to go another 90. And in that time period, if we could get a lease or something for an operator to come in, then we would not miss a beat. I guess the downside of that is if we go the full term, it's funded and nothing comes to fruition, well, at least time was given, right? And it wasn't sudden, and people's lives have time to transition. And I think those efforts would be communicated. We'd have an indication. And so that's really important to me. If a department's 1.6 today and it cost $800,000 to get through 6 months, maybe it doesn't work like that. Maybe can we get by, how many months can we get by with so many people at $500,000? Can we get 90 days, maybe just lose a couple out of PERCA? I'll get into it a little bit more between now and our first public hearing. So those are my comments. Thank you.
So to support your efforts, the council's efforts, Mayor, I mean, we're going to turn around some stuff quickly tomorrow for you. And looking at Joey, you don't have to work late tonight though, Joey, but we're going to turn around some stuff tomorrow. And I want to communicate as much as possible, as quickly as possible. You have a week before your next meeting. You know, we did our best to get this information to you. Our goal was noon Tuesday, and we got it to you by like 6 Tuesday night. And as you can see, there's a lot of work that went into it. We wanted to get it to you as in advance as possible because, you know, there are a lot of requests that come in, and Joey has been working incredibly hard. I can't say it any clearer than that. So
it was
all
very
of staff.
reasonable. When we got it, was very reasonable
Okay.
under
Thank
the
you.
circumstances, and I never expected anything other than you can do. All you can do is all you can do, and I know y'all are doing that. So thank you, especially with the short notice of coming off the last meeting. Okay, council, we're at 8:06 p.m. What do we want to do? We don't have to take any action. City manager, do you need any direction or anything beyond what you've heard?
I think I have the direction, but I did need some direction on paid parking. Do you want to speak about that? And it doesn't necessarily have to be before this budget is approved, because there's just not enough time, I think. But the vendor is willing to come back, but he has asked us to ask you that if there is interest in it, then he will provide dates and times that he's available, and we can go from there. And potentially it could be October at the earliest. That would be no sooner than October.
For me to get comfortable with paid parking, I do have a serious security and privacy concern, like I expressed when it was first. The old meters with the quarters and the things, I'm much more comfortable with those. I know the cost goes up on those to maintain. Somebody's got to handle it. It might seem somewhat archaic, but this idea, this world where everywhere you go, you know, you're like credit cards and IDs and license tag readers. Cape Canaveral is a small town. We all trot down to the beach. Kind of turns my stomach. I love the revenue way more than the tax. I like that form. I think due to the timing and everything going on,
We can continue to pause if that's the will of the council.
I'm saying, for me, not now, but yeah, I think pause is a better way to explain it, but
I already see one other agrees with you, so if I have a majority that says, let's pause it, so that's all I needed, thank you. Appreciate that.
yes, sir. Thank you. Okay, anything else as far as direction or anything, council, we need to say or do? Councilmember Shorey?
I guess, so we're going to wind up between 3.58 and 4.5 I'm probably going to wind up closer to 4.5.
We'll come back with what additional modifications that we can make, and we'll see where that lands.
Can I throw another request in?
Sure.
As far as recreation, I know Friday Fest is pretty popular. Can we just have a little sidebar? Here's how much Friday Fest would cost to keep. How much would it cost to do this event, blah, blah, blah.
That'll come with or without sheriff's office, because.
Right, a little menu.
Yeah. Okay.
And then also, I just want to throw this out there. One thing that Tim's presentation last month, street lighting, I'd love to see something done with that, because we can do that pretty inexpensively, fill in all of our dark spots for, what, $1,800 a month? Just something to think about. And that would be something that the residents would see all the time. Brighter streets, safer streets.
Okay.
They'll be able to see with the light.
Gotcha. I'll get up with Tim
Important.
and we'll have that conversation.
I think at this point, we might all want lights out. It's been a long day. Thank you all. And I know, I see all the work that went into it, and it was not at a loss. Tough conversations, but I echo Council and Mayor Pro Tem. We will get through this. I believe that wholeheartedly, and especially if we can keep our head, and I think we're doing that. So thank you all. And if there's not anything else, Councilmember King? I'm all set. Okay, Councilmember Shorey? Councilmember Willis?
You know what are the next steps from here? Because I know next Thursday is our first budget hearing. Do we have to meet before then, or I'm just curious, trying to figure out my schedule.
Probably a good idea for that.
I'm sorry,
Our next appointment is next Thursday for the first budget hearing. Do we have to meet before that, or?
As a council?
Yeah, I mean, does the budget have to be finalized for that?
Yeah, I don't think so. We'll get you a bunch of information in advance so we can make it available to the public during that meeting. And I think you can talk about the budget as long as you need to during that meeting until you're done.
Okay.
Yeah. It's going to be a limited agenda. I think it's already been printed, and has it been posted? Yeah, it's just, yeah, just the agenda. It's the standard agenda that we've had in years past, but we'll have additional backup to give you.
I thought you were saying I was saying it'd be a good idea to meet with the city manager, but meeting as a group, I don't
Yes,
think we have
yeah.
to. So. Mayor Pro Tem,
Yeah.
anything from you?
We do have the agenda.
I always have stuff, but I'm going to spare everyone since we've been here so long.
Yes, thank you all. Y'all good? Anything you need to say? Good? Awesome. City Clerk, thank you. All right, with that